Hey guys, I am on vacation. Can you guys hear me okay? No. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, good. Yeah, sorry guys. IT's not my specialty, if you haven't figured it out. Sure.
Everybody's more talented than I am. This came from the Mountie.
Meeting to order. It is 5:05 on August 8th, and this is the Manitowoc Public School District Board of Education meeting. And let us go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we will start with our sign in to board book and roll by secretary.
Christopher Abel,
Here.
Biff Hansen,
Here.
Matthew Phipps,
Here.
Stacy Seldner,
Here.
Matthew Spalding,
Here.
Carrie Trask,
Here.
Tony Vostelica.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did he say that?
And the next is our public input section, and I have one request. Are there any others? Okay. So I'd like to invite Braden Meyer to approach the podium. And Braden, just state your address for the record, please.
Graham Meyer, 1710 Whitewater Drive. Since the beginning of the pandemic, there have been many experiments which have been tested on students nationwide in a non-consensual manner. Sometimes it is plainly stated that these are occurring, while many times they are disguised as something that seems innocent. Students may not know the darkness embedded in these ideas, so they do not tell their parents what exactly they learned. If students do catch on and tell their parents, the parents may ask what is going on, but will most likely be met with the denial of any specific idea. One of these ideas is known as social emotional learning, abbreviated as SEL. Social emotional learning is the idea that students should be taught to control their emotions by accepting everyone and everything through feelings and empathy. Through this, they are taught to be emotionally driven. When this occurs, they are desensitized to all ideas, regardless of how abnormal or immoral people act. It turns students into group thinkers rather than individual brainstormers. Through SEL, teachers take the role of a student's friend rather than the teacher. By committing to such a task, the teacher begins to teach students what to think in regard to today's social topics. Sometimes that is done through role-playing or a lecture. If a parent teaches a child that something is wrong, SEL would step in to say that it is not wrong, refuting what the parent teaches. If a parent tells her child that burning down cities in the name of social justice, letting men go into women's only rooms, and judging people based solely on their race are all wrong, SEL will step in to say that those are all situations to be accepted. An organization that must be avoided is the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, spelled CASEL for short. This is an organization dedicated to implementing SEL throughout schools nationwide. It aims to change policy through the local, state, and federal level. I bring this up because the MPSD Parent Resources page under the Student Health and Mental Wellness section, there is a bullet point for a social and emotional learning document by this organization. The same document is also attached to page 8 of the MPSD Social Emotional Vision and Mission document. On this document, it calls for SEL to be implemented in everyone's lives at all times through a coordinated and systemic approach among the school district and the families. There are also 5 bullet points listed as the main focuses this organization aims to teach through this so-called learning approach, which is really anti-learning. These are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. For self-awareness, it discusses assessing biases in everyone. Of course, this is done through looking for anything and everything as an excuse to say someone is biased to anything at all. It also looks for disagreements toward made-up topics. No matter what a person does, somebody will find a way to say you are biased somehow, even if you are the nicest person to ever live. For self-management, these lessons want to teach people how to regulate themselves in regard to emotions, thoughts, and behaviors for different situations. It is saying you are not allowed to be yourself. What makes you unique is gone for the group-mandated actions. For social awareness, it is asked to empathize with a diverse group of people. This is directly connected to the relationship skills point. There, it is asked for people to establish and maintain healthy relationships with a diverse group. By saying you need to establish diverse friend groups, you are telling people to take into account race, gender, religion, and everything else but the content of their characters. For responsible decision-making, it asks for interactions to be based on factors such as the consideration of ethical standards. Students should be responsible decision makers, but not when they are being told how to act in social justice situations rather than thinking independently. Being a moralist, I can say that is not compliant to human ethics. Independent thinking is the true way to be responsible decision makers. It should be clear now why this idea does not fit the goals of this district. Abnormality should not be allowed to pull a lever which drains human normality. Please go forward and do what you must do to continue ensuring our students are being set up for a successful future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brady. Okay, next is our consent agenda, and we have one document in there, the July 25th, 2023 special board meeting minutes. Are we okay to proceed a first and a second with the consent agenda?
So moved. I'll say, okay.
Second? Yep. Okay. All right, any discussion on those minutes at all? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're gonna move to the report of our superintendent, and our first item there is our payment of vouchers. And I believe there were two different bill lists, June and also July. And so I would need a motion and a second to approve the bill list.
So moved.
So moved, Chris, a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, Carrie Trask. Okay, any discussion or questions for Angela about the bill list?
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Angela, I noticed that we had $117,000 or so going to Nexus on that. What was that for?
That would have been for two different projects. Potentially, I can look specifically, but we have the Jefferson Playground project is the one project we have, major project we have going on, and then the replacement of 2 boilers at Jefferson Elementary for our ESSER 2 projects.
Okay, great. And those were separate from that proposal they gave us last year, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the payment of vouchers? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, and our next item is our personnel report, and I would need a motion and a second to approve the personnel report as presented by Mike Halt. Chris moves. Anybody want
I'll
a second?
second. I'll second.
Okay, Carrie, second. Any discussion or information? Yes, Chris?
Yeah, I have one question on this one. It's not going to surprise you at all that it's gonna be about title. And the reason I ask is because you have a reading teacher there, which I assume is gonna be a title position at Madison.
Good question. I don't know if it's a title position or not.
It won't be because Madison doesn't have enough funding to pay for a total 1.0, but a portion of those funds will be title.
Okay, because I just, I know that we have some people who are reading specialists that are now being SFA coordinators.
Right.
And I would hate to see us not be able to fill our title positions because of this, we have, the need is this big and the pool is this big.
Right,
So,
right.
thank you.
Sure. Right, sure. Let me just make a few comments about a few pieces here. Speech language pathologist, SLP. Very fortunate we were able to find somebody and feel really good about her, And that now we're fully staffed with our speech language pathologist. Abigail is returning to us, all good and positive, coming back. James Tatman, really fortunate here to own a few businesses, sold the businesses in March, and he is going to be a super fit for this energy specialist position. Richard Peterson will be transitioning him and helping him a lot. He'll be going to a special training in Dallas in September. Everything Richard did 2 years ago. Good. Then relative to our current positions, the associate principal Lincoln, we have a second interview tomorrow. Hopefully that'll pan out. We'll see where that goes.
It's already done.
School psychologist,
You're done.
interviewed person. It felt really good. I made multiple phone calls, text messages, didn't return anything. Really disappointing. Speaking about EL, we have 2 vacancies, both at the middle school. And Heidi's already been talking to me about contingency plans to figure that all out. So ELA and the math are both at Wilson, and I've been working with Anna relative to how we're gonna manage that. I was really disappointed with the ELA. We had a person, we wanted to go forward. Person took a different job in a different district, so those are things that happen. The reading positions, they're both at the middle school. Special education, 6 vacancies. Been working with Katie. Katie's already been working with program support people relative to contingency plans relative to those situations. And tech ed, I've been meeting with a couple retirees and hopefully that we're gonna make that work.
Wow.
So all in all, we're not in a perfect place, but we're getting there.
Any questions at all for Mike? Did you have a question about it, the AP position at Lincoln?
Well, I had a question with Lori.
Oh, okay. Matthew?
But, sorry, yeah.
Are those, under support staff, are those 25-hour and 20 hours, are those with benefits available, or how does that work?
Yeah, if they're 20 hours and up, they're prorated. 30 hours and up is full benefits.
Okay.
Mike, I didn't hear what maybe it was my fault that, not behaving properly, but I didn't hear what you said about the principalship at Washington.
Oh,
Do we have anybody on the line there at all?
I didn't respond for that because
Oh, okay.
it's still a work in progress.
Oh, okay. I bumped into Diane Watercheck in the grocery store and I asked her if she wanted a job. But she didn't. Not there.
Good job, Carrie, always recruiting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of us know Diane Luttercheck, who kind of ran that place like the Bounty, you know, the ship the Bounty, so.
Any questions at all? And any further discussion or questions from Mike? Okay. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of acting on the personnel report signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, and then we have an information report, seclusion and restraint report. And Katie, if you would tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. Each year prior to September 1st, we are required to share the previous school year's number of incidents of seclusion and restraint district-wide. This report includes the total number of students involved in each of those incidents, as well as the total number of students with disabilities in each of those incidents. The document that you have includes a definition of both seclusion and what a physical restraint is. It also goes on to explain that our school personnel that are engaged in incidents of physical restraint or seclusion for students are trained to do so safely. It is an absolute last resort, only when the student is presenting an imminent danger to themselves or others. So if you look at our numbers, we had a 100 total incidents of both seclusion and restraint district-wide this year. That is down from 126 incidents the previous year. The 2020-2021 school year isn't a super accurate data set to look at, as we were mostly virtual, but there were 23 incidents that year. The 2019-20 school year, we had 186, and 18-19, we had 293. So we are making significant progress in how we are supporting students with challenging behaviors.
Nice.
Excellent. Any questions at all for Katie? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to move to our unfinished business, and this was our Lincoln High School textbook adoption. And I will turn that over to Director Tennis to tell us a little bit about those.
If you remember back in June, we brought forth several textbooks. One was for a new AP English Language Arts course at Lincoln. Another is for a new statistics course. And the third was an updated version of basically ProStart, which is the standard bearer for culinary arts. Those were put on 30-day out front for people to come in and review and provide feedback. We didn't receive any feedback on the books from the public. Our recommendation would be for final approval so we can get those ordered for the start of the year.
Okay. So do I have a motion, a second, to approve the 3 textbooks that have been presented? And
Yeah, so moved.
okay, and seconded by Matthew Spalding. Okay, any discussion on those at
I
all?
just thought the reports were really good. I mean, and people doing good professional work there, so. Yeah.
Okay, so if no questions, all those in favor of adopting the 3 new textbooks signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, and then our other item that we have is the fundraising for our district athletic projects. If you remember, last time Stan came and talked to us about wanting the foundation wanting to raise some money for special projects, athletic projects in the district. Included in board book are some resolutions, but we also, that Biff had drafted for us, but there's also some information that Jamie and Stan put together in order to give us some more background about what the ask is.
This is Jamie, I'm Stan, in case you guys.
Good, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying
Well,
that.
you know, in case there's any type of confusion, so.
So one of the reasons that we wanted to talk to you tonight is because our goal is to be the best in the state, if not the nation of the district. To do that, I thought you were gonna give us
that on
some kind
cue?
of music to dance to.
Yeah, right.
To do that, we have to have excellent academic results. We have to have an excellent fine and performing arts. We have to have excellence beyond the core in those curricular areas. And we have to have an excellent athletic program. And for most of you sitting at the table, at some point, you participated in some athletics, whether it be in high school or college. And you know how valuable those learning experiences are. We believe that to have a top-tier district, we also have to have top-tier facilities to help with the programming for our kids. So to do that, Stan was able to put together a list for us. Oops. This is what our ask is. We're going to be asking for one thing tonight, only one thing, and that is we want the permission to be able to fundraise through the foundation for the number of things you see on the list. We're just asking for your blessing for that. Okay, so that's all we're asking for. We're going to discuss naming just a little bit, but we're not asking for permission. That's going to come at a later time. We only want the permission for the fundraising to begin. Okay? So I'm going to skip to the next one. Katie, you want to cover this?
Yeah, so last year when I came here, just to try to get things in order, we went through and did all the budget things, which I talked about, to get that in order. So we know what the operating costs are to run our programs that we have in place. I think we have a pretty good handle on that right now. Then it was to come in and start identifying some upcoming needs that are not covered in the budget. That we have, but are things I just think, having some familiarity, have been neglected over the years. Just so there wasn't a plan in place. And talking with Mike, I gave him this list. Talking with Jamie, I gave this. You can see here, if you go through, these are just some things that are listed here. That, and this isn't all, but these are some major ones that are coming up. So for instance, the indoor track is nearing its end of its life. That's going to have to be addressed. There's one, railings for Rubik Field at the bleachers. I talked with Mike about this. We got some, it's hard unless you go out and physically get the quote for it, but try to get per foot, things like that, and do an estimate. Probably roughly $40,000. There's been a lot of times I was contacted at the games last year. It doesn't matter if you're elderly or not, where people are looking if there could be a railing going up the bleachers on the, we don't have an issue on the visiting side. It's on our home side is where the issue is. So looking at that where you could put a railing on one of the sides. So you would at least have a railing going up. You wouldn't have, you can't put it in the middle because there's not enough room. But you put it on the side so someone could have that for guidance. It doesn't have to be in there because they're grandfathered in. Those bleachers have been there. It's one of those things, but I think that's something that would benefit a lot of people. The pool blocks and scoreboard timing, that was one of the things that we looked at. That's going to have to be addressed here, and that the last time it was addressed was when it was built roughly 25 years ago. And I went back and looking at this to make sure starting blocks are roughly $3,000 to $4,000 a piece. Looking at what you're, it's, which to me it seems unfathomable, the cost of that, but that's what they are. Wrestling mats, miscellaneous things in the wrestling room. Outdoor track resurfacing, that's going to be another something that's going to come on down the road, where ideally that would have probably been done. You always want to try to do it before it's needed, rather than it gets to the point that it has to be done. Track mats would be about 40,000 again. Those would be for like high jump, pole vault, things like that. Gymnastics floor. You know, this is a guess with this. The last time that was done was probably 15 years ago. So when you start looking at the life expectancy of things, I would say, you know, when you start getting at 20 years, you're probably looking to do that. The baseball upgrade ones it's kind of a unique thing because those are things that don't need to be done to make that, have it functional, because it is. This would be a group that's interested in taking the responsibility off the district and trying to do something like they did at the, over at Citizens Park, to do it that way. And right now it's in the early phases of that, you know, so that number there, which seems maybe a little shocking, but we're talking turf, bathrooms, everything, which obviously helps us down the road, years down the road, where you take some of those expenses off the table. But they have a plan in place, just to kind of briefly touch on that, where it would be, okay, we set a goal, let's say it's 1.5 million. That's 100%. Well, if we don't get to that, we get 75%, then we would do this and this. And if we get to 50%, we would do this and this. I think it's a really good plan they have, but again, it's that ability to go out, have that permission to do that. Now, there's also some other things on there that I don't know if this was ever planned with, but the football field turf is gonna have to be replaced probably in 10 years.
Not on the list, no.
So when you start looking at these things here, there's a lot of things that just aren't, I think now, with the focus of trying to budget and do those things, that and with the plan Mike's trying to put together, I think that's something moving forward that we have, so keep it transparent. Thanks for keeping me.
So you heard a little bit last week about the naming right, or the week before, about the naming rights. And so what we want to do is not address that until we get to a 50% mark. You have, according to your board policy, which I've copied in here, the right to do whatever you want with naming rights at this point. I do think that as a district, we need to look at limiting some of that as far as like sunsetting a name, things like that, things that we can talk about in the future. When we're doing the fundraising, because Stan has identified a few groups that are tying the funding to the naming, what we would do is we would collect the dollars, we would keep a good record of it, and if for some reason we get to a point where we're not naming what they're suggesting, we would have to return the money.
Oh. That'd be hard.
It would be hard, but it would be fair.
Yeah.
If they're giving us 100,000 and saying we're only giving it if you're naming it this.
Right.
So we just would have to know that.
And I think one of the things to keep in mind too with this is, if there's an important figure, there really doesn't have to be any money. They could come to us right
Correct.
now and just say, you know, we would like to name the library after
Yes.
someone that's been there influential. For Stacy, you know, if you could do that, and it would, basically the cost would be to name that. I mean, that would come to you guys, you would approve it or not. The cost would be to paint it or put the vinyl or whatever it might be. So there's really not I think this just generates excitement, interest. Groups have reached out to do that. So as Jamie had said, not to get hung up on the naming part of it, but that would come at another point.
So what we're asking for tonight is the ability to start the fundraising with the community foundation.
No, Biff, you kindly put some resolutions together about the naming.
Well, I understand what you're saying. To me, there's a difference between naming rights for giving money to make it, you know, AT&T Field. There's a complete difference for me to do that than naming something in honor of somebody. And I don't understand getting to a level before we would say, okay, now we can name it after the tennis. I don't, if we're honoring somebody within the community, within the educational field, I don't understand the money part of that at all.
You are right. You are right. You have a right currently under your board policy to name at any point. All we're saying is that we wouldn't bring that forward until we got to the 50%. And the reason we wouldn't is because we don't want it to get mixed up so that we hesitate before we move forward with fundraising.
I understand that. My concern is that temper some enthusiasm to get it off the ground. You know, when we redid the football field, it was named after a coach that got money coming in and businesses coming in. And there were naming right places within that field. I think it was $75,000 got your name on the field somewhere. But it was done in honor of an educator, of a coach. And that's where I'm having a hard time understanding the money part of this.
You may want
Attached
to
to a
address
name.
that then in the future board meeting so that if it is that indoor track piece that you want to do, because we see that that's kind of up at the top of the list, what we may want to do is say permission to fundraise and then address the specifics with the track. Unless you want to do all of them at the same time.
With Biff's point, I'd like to separate the money, and then with this resolution, I see a problem, because you're exactly saying in the resolution, and we'll work cooperatively to finance the project with the alumni track group. So that's colliding the money with the naming rights. So I completely agree with you saying, I don't want that. So I'd like to amend that. I make a motion to amend the resolution to withhold the finance of the project. But I am all for naming the naming rights of it, and I will make a motion to move that forward. But I would like to keep the money separate.
And I didn't word things well.
Okay.
But
That's all
there was, when we discussed it at the last meeting, there was that idea that it's 350,000. If they can do 100,000, that saves the district $100,000. And if they get 150, it saves us more. That project, the track, is something that has to get done. You know, sooner or later, we're gonna have to do it, and if we don't get help, we're gonna pay out probably more than 350 because it'll be down the road. I was trying to just do something with the wrestling room and the pool, to be honest, because those are two fundraising projects that don't have to be done. They're kind of, these people are excited to do it and go and get going on it. And I thought, what a great way to say, hey, wrestlers, we're honoring Kaz and we're honoring Dick Frailing, and those families will start giving. And the pool with the name after the swimming pool. That one was a little different, Matt, because like I said, it'd be great if they raised 350, but that's a lot for the indoor track. Maybe they will, I don't know. I just don't want to curb that enthusiasm to get it done and get going, because we're gonna do it at next month's meeting, or when are we gonna decide, you know what I mean? They kind of want to do it and they want to get going, and sometimes that energy you just want.
Well, so we have, just to get some this direction here. So we really kind of have two proposals. There are the resolutions that are stating the names in them. Okay, so that's one thing that we could do in a motion in a second and vote on that. The other proposal here is that we give our blessing to the projects that are on here to start fundraising for the money, and that the details about that and the naming would come after. And you know, what's talked about in here is that the 50% of the total fundraising goal being met to move along with the naming of it. So we kind of have both of these things that would need a motion in a second to move further.
Yeah.
So
Clarify this.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. I thought the motion was a general motion to give the green light to raising money through the foundation,
that is
right? Not attached to any of these projects.
Yeah, that's the only thing that we're going, and I'm okay with that.
That's one proposal.
Okay.
But Biff also had come up with
I think we should do that one first.
resolutions.
I wrote those up so there was clarity from the last meeting.
Right.
As examples of what.
But I think we should decide on the principle of, you know, are we in favor of, you know, raising private money for the foundation? And if we're there, then we can talk about the rest of the stuff, but we don't talk about the rest of the stuff until we do that.
Okay, so Assistant Superintendent McCall and Athletic Director Dietrich are making a recommendation that we give permission to the foundation to begin fundraising efforts to meet the goals of the projects that are in here. So we would need a motion and a second.
Yeah.
What's your comment?
I was going to move to approve pursuing fundraising for these 8 projects.
Okay.
Under the naming of the facility upon 50%, not giving the blessing.
No, that's not.
That's fundraising.
That's what's written on the paper.
That's not what's in the motion.
Okay, so we would need a second.
I didn't like
That's a
how you worded
separate, that's a
it. I
separate.
just didn't like how she worded it, because she said that we're giving the blessing to the foundation. That's not what we're doing.
That's what we're doing in the first one.
No.
I'm proving just
Thank you.
raising the
What's on the
fundraising.
board.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so, right, to be clear,
You want to second that?
Somebody be clear, or I'll be clear. I would like to make a motion. We are asking the board to approve the naming of the facility of 50% of total fundraising goal being met of the district, moving to the priority of the facilities, the scope of the district's priorities.
Premature.
That's what, I'll make a motion to do that.
okay, is there a second?
You have combating motions.
What's that?
Now you have combating motions.
No, I'm combating motions, yes.
Motions at the same
Yeah,
time.
right.
Yeah.
So are either one of the motions seconded?
I'll second Chris's motion. To establish the principle or, you know, and authorize the collection of private money for
And is there any?
projects dealing with the athletic department.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
Clarification. So under what we just are discussing and there's a motion to do, you will have to raise $175,000 for the indoor track before there would be consideration of naming that?
That's not part of the motion.
It's not part of the motion.
The motion was to approve pursuing fundraising for the state project.
So, okay.
None of this is talked about.
It's limited but significant. Yeah.
Just, let's try to get some money for this stuff because we know everybody likes this stuff.
Okay. I get that, I just don't. I don't know if it does anything.
I probably shouldn't put
Hanson's looking at
anything,
the
I
leverage.
shouldn't put that in there.
Well, and
It's a
and
distraction.
I'm looking at just, we're supporting, if the foundation wants to raise money for those projects, they're gonna raise money for those projects.
But they don't have the authority yet, or they don't have the green light to do that yet.
That we're.
Right.
That's all we're doing.
Right,
That's
well,
all we're doing.
Because we don't want the foundation to and they don't want to raise money for something that is not something that the district would want.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where the,
Necessarily about the foundation, I thought this is specifically for.
no, because,
Faith, you know, you can take it for what it's worth. Whoever's up here, these are things that people are emotionally connected to. That are willing to go out and help do things that would help us as a district. It's not putting anything that would be an extra burden or cost on the district, whatever it might be.
correct.
Yeah, that's, you know, so.
Just say again?
And realistically, you could have someone coming forward, you could have a group coming forward and say, we raised $1 million to do this, could we do this? It ultimately falls into your hands. So it's just a matter of, in good faith, instead of kind of going at it from the front end instead of the back end, to just let you know that, hey, there's groups that are gonna be out there. They would like to raise money to go out and honor these people.
And we're just saying, yeah, go ahead, it's legal. We approved it.
Yeah, so everybody's on the same page, so they, you know,
Right.
know what's going on.
Tony?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I'm just trying to see the downside, right? It sounds like with that motion, it's really just gonna authorize them to collect money or at least raise money. And I don't see why we would make that process any more cumbersome than need be. And if I understand it right, we could, at the end of that, we could still decide, you know, how to name it, right? That's the other issue, I guess, that Matt was worried about.
Yes, you are correct. And just to be clear, you know, the school district, the foundation raises money, but like I said before, and we've talked about this at the foundation level, let's say that somebody wants to repair the tower, do something really fancy, even maybe it's not even a repair, right? But that we would, as a school district, need to maintain whatever it was. That's why we give permission to say, yes, we are also interested in looking at these. And remember, the other thing about the track of why that is so important and how it's, you know, deeply rooted into what we're talking about is we do gym class on this track. You know, so there's a huge, you know, investment just on our district alone, even if it wasn't the track. So this is a clean way of telling the foundation and alumni who want to give to these projects, saying that MPSD, the district, says, yes, we're also interested in looking at these things over the next 1 to 7 years, as this timeline states, and go ahead and raise the money.
Well, I think a good example would be the foundation is a place to house the money that would come in.
Right.
So if you had, say, Heidi has no interest in anything but track, Lee has only interest in wrestling, Katie only has interest in swimming, you know in good faith that your money that you're donating is tax deductible for one.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be there for those specific sports. Heidi's money that she donated for track is not gonna go towards swimming.
Right.
So then it's one of those things that I think that's what the foundation really provides for. So you're not commingling funds, you can keep it separate. And then those things can be used at, maybe they're not used for a while, maybe it's somewhere down the road, but it can address some of those needs as they arise.
Angela, did you want to say something? Yeah, we have the mechanism through the foundation to house on a online platform for people to make the donations to specific projects as they're ongoing. So this will also allow the foundation to get to work on setting those things up on that. Sure. And we also have, I've been working with Ken to talk about just processes in general, and we're using basically a similar system to what we would use with the PTO. So often we have those groups that they raise money independently, but we really need to have a process internally for when the full funds are raised, where we know what our liability is for caring for the items, and then also to add them to our fixed assets and that type of thing. So, so we do have a process developed, and so this is sort of the beginning stages of that process where they need to know in good faith that we're willing to take it on and in honor and support their efforts.
I mean, I think it addresses, hopefully you can't go back and change the past, but 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, we're not in this situation. It's more of a, so it's, I think that's the, and there's a lot of people, I would never speak on behalf of other people, but there's a lot of people that have a connection to this school that are willing to help in some form.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to,
Well, fundraising.
yeah,
To
are there any more discussion?
authorize the collection of?
Yeah, authorize begin the fundraising efforts to meet the items that are on this list.
Yeah, in coordination with the
Foundation.
Yeah, the foundation.
I'm gonna support this because we need to get this going.
Right.
There are people that would like to give, but we need to clean up the idea of, if somebody comes in and wants to name something after Katie Eichmann because of what she did with special ed, you can use that as fundraising when you go to the foundation site. It was
sure,
Katie
exactly.
Eichmann school store. Okay, and that is something that helps your fundraising, rather than just saying, oh, we're redoing the school store. Or the Dorothy Crane Tower, that was one of the ideas.
Oh, yeah, that would
last weekend. And that gives it a special meaning that people who have that emotional attachment, which you saw last weekend going through there with different groups, and that gets them to think about giving a little more.
I bet there's no disagreement on that.
We just gotta clean that up
We have to clean that up.
so we can get going on it and say, boom, let's go. This is it, so.
I mean, we have to make some distinctions, I think. I mean, there's other things too, like every fundraiser I've contributed to or had, or worked to raise the funds, always like has a plaque or something, honoring or, showing appreciation to the people that gave, chunks of cash and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there are different ways there are different issues here, but I think we should do them all. We should do them all a single resolution, a single motion that describes and discusses all of that stuff, and then we're cool.
So let's vote on the motion at hand.
I just have one more
So,
thing.
yes,
I'm concerned about exposing the district liability of commingling the funds when we're saying we're voting on giving the fundraising permission
Oh, yeah,
from the foundation. That's why I want to keep it separate.
Let's bring it up, let's do the resolution, the other.
If somebody can tell me if it's in good faith is the wording we need to use, or blessing, that's what I want to know. That's the only reason why I'm even talking this way. It's because I want to make sure we're not extending liability to trying to say that we're one entity, because we're separate.
Foundation funds are separate bank account.
I understand that. I'm just
Okay,
saying,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't want to approve what the foundation does.
He doesn't want to give money that isn't used for the baseball field.
No. I just want the foundation to do its own thing. I don't want to say from the school board saying that we're approving what the foundation does, because we have no control what they do. But I'm okay with giving the blessing, but I don't know if that's the right wording. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's correct. I mean, I think It's like anytime someone, if you think of it even personally, like sometimes someone's like, I really wanna give you this, and sometimes you're like, I don't have use for that, you know, we have to weigh that as a district on an organizational standpoint, you know, so it's kind of like, we have to say, if someone's gonna say, we're gonna give you this awesome, like, people donate pianos, and then we're like, we don't want that. You know, so that's kind of, this is an awesome effort, but it's kind of the same equivalent with these projects. We have to weigh what we're gonna have to maintain, and it's stuff we're maintaining anyway in this case, so that helps.
No, I'm just talking about exposure, just the wording.
That's a valid point, but.
That's my question.
I don't see any problem with the wording and how it's,
I think from my experience on the foundation is what I would look at this and I would say, these are things the school board would appreciate help on. Okay.
That's what we should say.
And after that, we say, and we're saying we'd love your help on this. And after the baseball field is done or whatever happens, or the track is in, we're gonna take care of it as a school district.
I understand.
Okay, so what that does, Matt, is it puts a bucket on a screen and you can click on the QR code and you can give money to the indoor track. So we're not gonna see any of that money
I understand.
at all. So I don't think it's mingled at all, because it's foundation. We're just saying, we appreciate you doing this.
I completely agree with the statement. I just want to know where the policy that says we're supposed to approve permission for the board to, for fundraising.
In the foundation bylaws, we have a policy that we have to get an okay from the district for any project we do. So if somebody doesn't give us $1 million to build a new high school in the southwest part of town, and we're not gonna do that. So we have to approve anything the foundation raises money for. Okay?
Okay.
So these things, we're approving, if we vote on this in a positive manner tonight, we're approving the foundation, we will take that money from you if you raise it. Okay? If somebody on the foundation next week comes up with an idea for something else, they have to check that with the school board to make sure that we will take the project and finish it or take care of it once they build it. That make sense?
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question.
It's in the foundation guidelines.
That we're supposed to approve fundraising?
No, we're supposed to approve taking the money.
I understand that, but we're not taking any money. All we're doing right now is there's a motion on the table
Yeah.
to support.
Fundraise.
Yep.
To authorize fundraising.
That's all I'm asking.
That's it.
I think we're just like, go ahead and do it.
We couldn't handle the whole thing tonight if this is how long this is gonna.
right, so, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now, we do still have the resolutions that are out there. Did we want to talk about the issue of naming? Do we want to do that today?
I think we should table that until the next meeting.
I abstain. Abstain from voting.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we have one person that's saying we should table. Do we have a second to table?
I'll second it, we table that.
Okay, all right, all those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye, any opposed?
No.
Okay.
I'm a no.
Okay,
You're on.
Yep, well, what did we
so
just?
one nay,
I'm sorry, Matt was talking to me. Who
that we're gonna table the naming.
made the motion to
The
table?
percentages and the naming and all that other stuff, we can deal with that.
I was.
Yeah, right. I think we should, really, before we do that, we should have a specific proposed motion that we can speak to and modify. I just don't think we should start the next meeting from scratch on this. We should,
And we have Biff's resolutions that he's created on these that are in.
I know, but I don't think we should take them one resolution at a time. I think we should have a general policy saying, here's how we're gonna.
Okay, and we already have a policies in this document about naming
Yeah, I know, I
rights
saw
for
that.
sponsorship for district buildings and facilities.
Yeah, we should. But I think, I would like to see that modified, so we could start with that, I guess, but,
So,
yeah.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second and approval to table.
Who made the motions? Sorry, Matt was,
Carrie.
I
you
did,
made a motion to table. Who
yeah,
seconded it?
to table, basically
Matthew Spalding.
postpone to the
Okay,
next
thank you.
meeting.
And then we did vote Biff,
I voted no.
I vote no.
okay, so 2 noes.
How did we vote?
Voted on the naming of those resolution.
No.
Table it.
Yeah,
Voting no on tabling.
okay.
Okay, so 5-2. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'll let those groups know. They'll be banging down the doors and calling.
Perfect.
So,
All right, happy fundraising.
thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, all right, we have no new business, just some other business. Before our next meeting, August 22nd, Harmon Studios is gonna be here at district office. They're the ones that take the picture. So if you want a new picture for your badge, new photo ID, they'll be here between 3 and 5:30 to take new staff pictures. And so that would be a time where the board could stop in and get that new photo as well. So you can do that. Another thing is that, remember in January, there's always the WASB State Education Convention. Those dates have been set. That's January 17th through the 19th. And hotel reservations are gonna open on August 16th, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so they usually get pretty filled up, so if you wanna go, and the options are better the earlier that you do, so let Lori know, if that's something that you would like to do. Couple other announcements I wanted to make, and I made myself a little list here, of course, so I'll find it right away, but, the Colleen Tim, Dr. Colleen Tim, who is the CISA 7 director or agency agent, she is going to be here. She travels around to see all the school boards, so she's going to come to our next meeting and to meet us and see what we do. So we'll welcome her next time. And then a couple other things, in the just legislature, the reading, I think it's Act 20, I think it is, that passed, just focusing on the science of reading. And it doesn't look like things are gonna be in full swing probably till about 2025, or there's any sorts of requirements. And I think, with our move to SFA, we've looked, at, it does follow the science of reading, so I think we're in a good spot for that. And then the other one, I've never heard about it being a district in our school district, but the state of Wisconsin, Evers did sign also that school board members can be volunteer bus drivers. So if you'd like to be a bus driver, now in the state of Wisconsin, you can. So that was another thing that came out of the legislature. So I just wanted to give you guys some heads up on that side. All right, so our future meeting dates, we're gonna talk about those. Our next scheduled board meeting is Tuesday, August 22nd, and that's at 6 o'clock. So that'll be our next meeting. And then we are gonna then bump into our strategic plan review and work session. And if we want to take just a little break, we got to set up some technology. So if we could just take a short recess. I need a motion in a second to recess. Chris?
I'll move to recess.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so let's take just about a 10-minute recess, just to set up for our next part of our meeting. Thank you. Ready. I will bring us back into, do we need a motion a second to come back in? No? Okay, we'll reconvene here at 6:10. And we are gonna start our strategic plan review and work session. And we broke this down into a couple different places. And I have just a real, I went back and forth on, I wanted to say something like super inspiring for all of us tonight. And so the music we were listening to, Lee gets the special MPSD pen. Was the movie Hoosiers. How many of you seen, it's, I think 1986, okay? Okay, well, just a little background on that and why I think it's important to start with that tonight is, it's a story about a small town in Indiana, it's a true story. And they got a new coach, and their star player, Jimmy Chipwood, has chosen to not play on the team. And so when Gene Hackman gets there and he's the new coach, and he's been doing big time basketball. So Indiana, small Indiana town basketball is pretty new to him. And you know, he says in the very first pep rally, and I had the clip here that I was going to play, but I rather just kind of talk about it. But he introduces all the players, and what you remember from the movie, you know, and in a small town is when somebody new comes on board, it can be pretty challenging. And that goes for any position I think that we have, you know, in our district, and that's why I think it. And so, you know, in these last couple weeks and in a lot of our meetings over the last year, you know, we've talked about, you know, our team, and we've talked about, you know, losing members of our team to retirement and resignation. And, you know, for whatever reason that some of our team members have left, it still makes a huge change. And there's this part in the movie, it's the very first home game. It's the pep rally. And they have about 8 players, and they all come in. And I debated whether or not getting the big, you know, screen out. You guys come through the paper, you know, the whole thing, but didn't quite get there. But one of the things that happens is right after everyone gets introduced, the crowd starts chanting, "We want Jimmy. We want Jimmy. We want Jimmy." And, you know, you can imagine the 8 guys that are standing there and kind of looking down, and Gene Hackman comes to the microphone, and he says, you know, I hope that you would celebrate what we are and what we are not. And he says that, you know, these 8 individuals have committed themselves to the next, I think he says 24 weeks to represent our school. And, you know, not only does that kind of dedication command, you know, is to be respected, but it demands our respect. And so I wanted to say that, you know, lots of things have happened this last year, and I believe, and I hope I'm asking our board and all of our directors and everyone to be really proud of this new team that we have going into this next year. And I wanted to recognize all of you in your new positions. You know, I wish I would have, one of the things I wanted to ask Mike was it'd be interesting to know how many years of experience and of the people that we do have in our district and sitting around our table that are here committed to our next year. And so I just wanted to start as we talk about this game plan in our future, you know, for our next school year, that we think about that and how we can celebrate and, you know, promote this new team that we have. So, you know, I just wanted to talk about, and, you know, when we think about a team, man, we have a deep bench, right? I mean, we have so many people that are part of this team that we call MPSD. And, you know, every single person that is in our district. You know, so these are the ones that we have here at central office. And I just, you know, Jim and Jamie. And then I just want everyone to kind of go around and just, you know, let the board know. I know we see it on personnel reports, but just let the board know, you know, your name and who you are and what you're going to be doing for us here in the district in our next school year. So Angela, if you can start.
Angela Erdman, I'm the Executive Director of Business and Operations in the district. Been here 2.5 years so far, so about 4 years of business manager experience as well, so excited to be here.
I'm Lisa Sink, I'm the Communication Director at CISA 6. I started helping Manitowoc Public Schools in 2016. I'm the previous superintendent and have increased the help that I've been doing recently. And look forward to doing everything I can to celebrate the district. Jesus.
I'm Mike Flores, Manager of Buildings and Grounds. I've just been here a few months now, but my role is I want to help the district with the facilities, taking care of them, upgrades, and whatever comes along. But with my experience, I've got about 40 years of experience in building, so just want to take on whatever comes forward here.
I'm Mike Nault, Director of Human Resources. Starting my 40th year, I can't believe that, but it's true. It's been an honor and a privilege to be here since last October. It's just been a great experience. And sometimes when somebody says to me, "What do you do?" I say, I just give them a simple answer. I hire and fire and everything in between. I don't know.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm Heidi Schroederus, was the principal the last 10 years in Manitowoc. Very excited to be working in the curriculum and instruction department as a director. So many new things. I feel like I really knew how to do my job a month and a half ago, and now I know a little bit, but I'm just learning so much every day and loving every minute of it. Thanks, Heidi.
Thanks, I'm Lee Tennis. I've had the honor and privilege of serving our community and students and families for about 17 out of the last 20 some odd years, and as a teacher and a principal, and now moving into a director role with the district. Just very grateful for the opportunity to work with this team on these very important things that we're set out to do, and looking very much forward to accomplishing them.
I'm Katie Eichmann. This will be my 17th year in the district. I've served as a special education teacher, program support teacher, associate principal at Lincoln, and now since last September, I'm excited to have a fresh start this year as student services director. I'm thrilled to have a team, thrilled to collaborate and learn from and get the work done.
Excellent. Thank you. You know, and I'd be remiss to say, do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Jamie.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Jamie.
I'm Jamie McCall, for those of you I haven't met before. I'm the assistant superintendent, and my job is primarily focused on curriculum and instruction and making sure that we get the systems in place that we need and developing a really strong leadership team and assisting Jim. So those would be my primary roles.
And, you know, I've been here for now my second year, and I have over 40 years of experience, retired once, and it was great. I mean, you know, I sincerely believe we've got the best, and we'll match them to anybody, and we'll become a top-tier school district, if not the top 5.
Well, thank you all for taking on this mission. And I'd be remiss to say if I didn't, you know, part of our executive team, Jessica, who helps us out with our IT, her picture is up there. You know, she helps us with our IT department. And then also, you know, our support staff. Kendall, I believe, is support staff, and also Katie and Lori, of course. So just thank you all for being, you know, part of this team and helping support our goals. So tonight, you know, one of the things that that I don't know that we've ever done as a group, since I've been on, I mean, we've had some retreats and everything, but you know, I think, you know, Jim and I talked about it was important to get all of us together to kind of set the stage for next school year, which is going to start just a but so tonight's objectives for this portion are to really there's been so much that has happened this year, but to regroup and refocus and realign all of us to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction. And first we're going to discuss about reviewing and finalizing the district goals for the school year. And then the second part is going to be establishing the strategic partnerships between all of us, the board, the superintendent, and the executive team. So that's what I'm hoping that we are able to accomplish tonight. And with no further ado, I will hand it over to Jamie and Jim.
So we've got this broken down in a few sections, and we got to break in, you know, a couple times, you know, through this, but what's really good is that the board recognized how important it was to, while everything's important in the strategic plan, what's most important going into this next school year. And so the board recently did my evaluation, and today I was able to get the results of that, sitting down here with Stacy and Gary. You know, and we reviewed, and essentially the board has identified 2 top goals, and I've asked for a third one to be added. But the first goal is the implementation of SFA. We all recognize how important this is. We've made a decision, and so now it's implemented with high fidelity. And so we want to comment, you know, on that by sharing with you what we have in working with SFA that equips us to monitor and report our progress. But we're going to go through that in a minute. The second thing is you added culture, and culture is very important. It's embedded in SFA and some other things, but it's very important given that we just reviewed the staff survey, you know, to talk about culture. Where does culture play into this? And you set this as a big, you know, a significant goal that we focus on this next year. It's building that team, as Stacy just mentioned. The third item that I asked to add, which we discussed since my coming on board, is we don't have a long-range facilities plan, and it's critically important that we establish one. I want to offer some clarity because we looked at this last year and did not go down that road because we are looking at 2 vendors, CISA 10 and Nexus. Our concern was that we are leaning towards Nexus, but we felt like we were asking them that they were selling us 2 things. One is doing an assessment of where we're at, but then the next item was, let us be your facilities manager in some ways and manage all these projects for you. Yeah, we'll let you'll choose some. And we're saying, no, our facilities person will make that determination working with this team and the board for those that we can manage and those we might need outside assistance, but we'll treat it on a case by case. So we asked them for a recommendation, and there's a recommendation in there for $65,000. They reviewed this before with the board, not the totally seated board was there before. But that proposal's there. You could act on it tonight, or we could act on it at the next meeting in terms of, so those are the 3 big buckets, kind of like in terms of that you said, these are your big rocks. You know, take this on and we're going to support you in this process. And so we want to take this opportunity now to start with, okay, where are we at with the SFA implementation? And so I'm going to turn this over to Jamie here a little bit to open up, and we had 2 links there. Because SFA builds in, they don't take anything for granted. You need to monitor your implementation. Okay, and so, and as well as we're going to track students in terms of where are they at relative to proficiency level? Are they on track to be there? How far ahead or how far behind are they? And we use multiple sources. And then the last one is we also expect you to come together as a group. And so we're going to talk about how we are going to do that. And Jamie's going to tee that up here with a couple slides here to kind of walk us through. What does that look like?
This is going to look a little different than on your agenda. So if you click on your agenda, just know that I've revised that. So Katie, if you could pull up for me the SFA
document? Okay. So if I were a board member, what would I want to know? If I were a board member and I'm evaluating my superintendent on implementation of SFA, how do I know it's actually happening? And so Jim and I met yesterday because I was trying to talk to Jim about, okay, what is this big overarching question? And it is, how are you going to make sure that SFA is being implemented with fidelity? So here are two tools that you will have, and then a third is the process in which is used. So on the first one, you're gonna see what's called the SFA snapshot. And Katie has that linked to what's called the leadership guide. All of your building leaders have been trained in this leadership guide. The snapshot is a tool, and I'm a mover when I talk, so I have to get up and move. And it's good for me to move. I'm moving. This is called a status report. It isn't a grade report, so it's not something that is going to say, oh, shame on you, this school, you didn't do it. It's simply a quick look at where are we? What do we need to improve on, okay? And then the next one down is called a snapshot. So as a building leader, as an SFA coordinator, as a district person, whenever I go into a building, I'm probably going to have this form with me. When I go through a classroom, I'm gonna mark, what are the things that I'm seeing happening, okay? That doesn't mean they're not happening ever. It means I didn't see them, or I did see them. I'm gonna give this form over to the principal. It gets loaded up. So we're gonna see over time, what's happening, what do we need to increase, what training needs to be provided, and how does it correlate to the results that we're seeing in the building? Because sometimes if you see there's a lack of planning, which is in one of these strands, you might see we're not getting the results we need. So now that we see that, we can adjust, okay? So that's one snapshot. The next one is on the instructional practices, and then one further down is on student engagement. So I'm gonna walk through the classroom. Now I'm not looking at the teacher at all. I'm looking at the kids in the classroom. What are they doing? Are they engaged? And I'm giving feedback, because sometimes when you're teaching, you may not recognize there's 4 or 5 students that are not engaged in the work, okay? But this feedback is gonna go to the building so that they have it. Okay? Anything you want me to add?
Just, with that, SFA also, then when they come and they meet with us, both for training, but for evaluation, they will come in and walk through with us, each principal, they will be walking through to self-assess. What are we collectively seeing? Are we in agreement? Where, what's your ranking?
Right. This is an additional form, and it's a monitoring tool, but it's also a placement tool. So we've debated and we've spent a lot of time on this particular tool because we want to make sure that we get the information right when we're giving it to you. This tool is computerized. When it comes out of, when we get all the feedback and it comes out, it is based solely on internal SFA data, okay? There will be critics that will say, yeah, well, when you're measuring with only the instrument that's a curriculum-based measure and you're using the curriculum, of course you're gonna see growth, right? Therefore, what we do is we use FastBridge, which you have also approved. You have that in place for pre-K to 12. We look at the FastBridge data. We also know as educators, it's important to hear our teacher's voice. So Jamie may not test well. I might not have done well with the SFA testing. I may not do well on FastBridge, but Jamie's a good reader. She's just not a good test taker. There is a piece in there where we're going to take teacher feedback when we're placing students, because what we don't want to do is minimize a child's skills based on testing, right? So we'll use the SFA internal curriculum-based measure. We will use FastBridge, which is a nationally normed measure, and we will use perceptive data, which is the teacher's measure. Go ahead and ask. Matt, first of all, let me stop and say, I'm glad that you did that, because this isn't meant to be a lecture, it's a conversation, so please stop me and ask any questions you have. If I don't know the answer, one of these people probably will, or Jim may. So.
Thank you, I wanted to know if it was a lecture or
Yeah.
back and forth, so I guess it is back and forth. Is the SFA coordinator for each school the one that fills this paperwork out?
Yes.
Okay, so that's great, thank you. However, in the beginning, if they're trying to be realistic, if, I like how it's a 1, 2, 3 mechanical refined or,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's kind of cool, but, how do we build in the beginning, how they're gonna have struggles? Because we want them to be honest, and if they're not quite getting it right away, we don't want the SFA coordinator, saying that, hey, they're doing okay, but really they need to do more work. I'm saying in the beginning, because they need to practice more, and we don't wanna make the superintendent look bad when there's a growing period. So, does that make sense?
That's a great question, yes. This isn't about making someone look good or bad, this is just data. And so what we know about data is it gives us information from which we determine what the conclusion is or what we would move forward with. But what we wouldn't want is inaccurate data. So we can pull a chart, it may not show good numbers, and that doesn't mean the superintendent's not doing a good job. It simply means we're not seeing good numbers. Now what do we need to do? And we drill down into that information.
Right. I know, we just talked about his evaluation, and then now we're gonna use that to evaluate him, so inevitably, it's gonna be used for him or against him, so.
One of the things that you're going to see, go ahead.
I was just wondering, did you guys get a chance to see somebody do an assessment like this when you were out in Baltimore?
We practiced, there were lots of opportunities for us to interact with those forms.
Oh, excellent, okay. Did you find them pretty easy to use and helpful to give feedback and?
It also prioritizes things. So, it really helps you, because there's a lot of things on that list.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and it gives you, the number ones are what you want to have in place first, and you want to work on the number two. So, it gives you a pathway forward, moving incrementally, but also getting the most important pieces in first.
How'd you do, Lee?
Actually, a 3, I think, is the best. So you we're off to a good start.
With that, it's important to clarify because we were also modeling what the students will be doing. And so when Lee had a team besides himself, so Lee wasn't doing anything by himself, we were all working on this in teams.
Thank goodness.
So this is cooperative learning. So we were helping process together, even as Jamie and I were trying to, okay, now we know a lot. We still found ourselves interpreting potentially the data wrong. We knew that we were going, just that deep understanding that we're on the same page, but we can carry that conversation.
But the walkarounds will be done individually by the SFA coordinator at each facility, correct?
By the coordinator, by the principal. It could be other teachers in the building that choose to do it. It's fine, it's not limited, because remember, this isn't an I got you. This is here's where we are as a building. What do we need to do to move forward? If I go into the building, I'll be filling these out. When these 3 are in the building, they will fill them out.
So that'll reduce the subjectivity of an individual.
Right.
And
objective.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's another key person, there is a solutions coordinator too. So the solutions coordinator is going to be looking at those teams. You've got an attendance team, you've got a parent engagement team, because we might find something's not happening here with the student. We've got an intervention team.
Awesome checks and balances.
So they're, and Jamie we'll move into the leadership in terms of how do we do this then? But it's pretty substantial in terms of the support system and the leadership team that's built into this.
Thank you.
And I want to go back to that initial leading question. How will you as a board member know that it's being implemented with fidelity? So in the next thing, you're going to see it's called quarterly progress monitoring. This is a system that I am very comfortable working with. It's a system I would be uncomfortable not working with. Because I think as a district leader, I have to know what's happening in the buildings. Where are we? And the reason for that, again, it's not an I got you. It's your building's not doing well. What's going on? What do you need? Because there may be an obstacle that as a district leader, I need to know about so I can move it out of the way for you, or you may need some additional resources. Because I can't wait until the end of the year to determine, did something go wrong? What was it? And then a building principal says, I really could have used another section of second grade. These students had a really hard time this year. I want to know that up front, right? So this is, can you back up just a second? So when you look at quarterly progress monitoring, you will see that there is student data that's reviewed, that's on the student level at the building. There is staff data that is reviewed. So a building leadership team might look at all of my second grade classrooms. This one's performing well, this one's performing well, this one isn't. What's going on here? What's different? Might be the makeup of the class, right? It doesn't mean it is the teacher. It means we have an issue here. Let's figure out what it is, okay? Their goals are set based on the data, and they're reviewed if it's the second time out. Did we meet the goals that we had? And then the needs are determined for next steps. So that quarterly progress monitoring is held at the site level and, okay, now we can click on it. Okay. That's a different, okay, so these are some of the forms that go with the site level. What you're going to find in Manitowoc is we've Manitowoc'd this a little bit because we also feel like we need to know at the district level. It's more than just going to the building. It's having that building leadership team report out to our district leadership team. Again, so we can hear what's going well. Can we take the results in this building and move them to this building by tweaking a few things? Meaning good results, right? And we're going to invite you as board members to sit in on some of those meetings, not as a total board, but as one or two. You're each assigned 2 buildings. Best place for you to be is at that table, listening to what's going well, what's not going well, what supports do we need to put in place, what are our goals for next time. So this is the total progress monitoring system that you've already picked our dates, we're ready to go.
Let me drive down a little bit deeper here to give you a sense in terms of, this breaks down further to the extent that we have instructional component team meetings, so for example, some of the ages, you got kindergarten, so you got different component groupings. A middle school is going to be a grouping. They meet on a regular basis. They establish SMART goals, smart, measurable, attainable, so everybody's involved in the goal setting, in terms of what's the data and what's the evidence, and then they will be reporting out. So it's a distributive leadership model. Everybody in the organization will be involved in this. They're all involved in teams. Even the custodian can be on the team, so, I mean, it could be on an attendance team in terms of, how are we seeing kids in the halls? I mean, so everybody's contributing to this process. And then it rolls out, just as Jamie mentioned. And again, we talked about quarterly, but we hope that the majority of teachers are getting constructive feedback, just like we want students on a regular basis. So that's all part of what we're looking for. But it breaks down, so through that distributed leadership model, everybody's involved in this oversight, contributing and the monitoring of. And I should say, just like with students, we modeled this, a lot of celebrations. So when we talk about culture, that is built in. We have to recognize every success we have, and that gets built in.
Jamie, a lot of that is, motion and activity, et cetera, but, this is something I just read this morning. It says, hold the district accountable to meet student learning expectations by having written goals for the superintendent to focus on specific outcomes for student learning. Do we have, like, for example, on the quarterly report, let's say we've said, well, we'd like to see, at least a 3% improvement in the number of kids that are reading with proficiency.
Yes, we do.
Are we going to be doing that? Or do we have actually specific goals?
We will have, first we have to have our baseline.
Yeah.
We will have specific goals.
All right, and then when those goals are met or not met, then the board has to take ultimately responsibility for why it's not working or why it is working. I mean, we have to be the accountable body.
I agree with that. What I would also say, though, is there will be times when it won't work. This is not going to be perfect right out of the gate. So
no, well, not right out of the gate.
And what I would hope to see, I'm trying to help you. What I would hope to see is, what do you need? What do we need to change? Because anytime you implement something, like a school reform model, what you're looking at is plan, do, check, adjust. Plan, do, check, adjust. It's called the cycle of improvement, right? It's not going to be perfect, or we will never get out of the gates.
Okay, yeah, well, I was.
Starting out.
Nobody was expecting perfection.
Yeah, but I will tell you.
But to have goals, I mean, that.
Dramatic results in the first year.
Okay,
I really believe that. I believe that your teachers are going to have access to quality material.
okay.
You're going to have a team that's supporting them. And our entire focus here is, what more do you need to get these things out of the way? And targeted expectations.
So this thing says, adopt a set of learning goals that can be monitored on a regular basis.
Correct.
I mean, we want to know as we're going along, rather than waiting for the shoe to fall.
Right.
You know, with the state stuff coming out, and it's like, oh, God. You know?
I think that's what we're talking about.
That's right.
With the quarterly progress monitoring.
Yeah, right.
And then that stuff is built up from what's happening weekly and, a couple times a month, daily. That stuff is all accumulated. It's just when it's being reported out. So they're talking about, all these individual groups, did you meet your goal? And then why or why didn't you?
Right.
And then you're setting new goals. But you're trying to assess if you didn't meet the goal, why?
Right.
So you have to start thinking about the reasons behind that.
And I've worked in this process before. I will tell you, it is, you have to enter it with the mindset of, okay, it's not working. Why is it not working? What's going on? What do we do? And I'm just as responsible as that building principal.
Sure, sure.
So, if Alexandra comes to me, and she doesn't have to wait till the quarter. She can come and say, woo, we're struggling here. What's going on? And then we send a team in to take a look at what's going on. And that's what builds that whole community and culture of, we have a common focus with common goals.
Right.
And we're gonna support everyone to get there.
But this document also says, you have to solicit input from staff.
Absolutely.
So we'd like to know, what the staff is.
That's what this whole thing is about.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it is about, but I think I'm getting at, Jamie didn't say goals. That's sort of where I am right now.
Well, and establish goals, we gotta get a baseline and we gotta get some feedback first. So that's where all it's the progress monitoring, quarterly progress monitoring, the snapshots, all of these things do come in. But I didn't know you were gonna call on Tony.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Tony?
Thank you. So just to confirm my understanding, when we say quarterly review process, is that going to align with like the student quarter, right? The academic quarter we're talking about?
It does. We have the calendar set up right now, and the meetings that will come at the district office and with board members is actually about 2 weeks after that. So we let them meet at the building first, and then we meet with them at the district a little bit after.
Okay, great. And do we have that baseline data yet, or are we still in the process of getting that all together?
We haven't been in school yet, so we will do that in the first 2 weeks of school, Tony.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious how that was going to work. So we're going to capture that the first 2 weeks, and then
Yes.
measure it throughout the quarter, and we'll get a report at the end of the first quarter, or how's that going to look?
That's correct. You'll get one at the end of the first quarter.
And when is the end of the first quarter for the school year?
I think it's in November, but if you want specific dates, you can look in the principal's news, and there's a PD calendar that's linked. Or there's a calendar that's linked in there, and that calendar has it spelled out.
Okay, great. So if I'm hearing you right, Jamie, it sounds like around November, we'll have a pretty good gauge on how we're doing compared to how we started the year.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's important, to the extent why we recognize incremental growth. We have to get very aggressive here in terms of both annual growth and catch-up growth, because we're that far behind. Now, I indicated when I first came in the challenge, and I went around to meet every individual principal, my charge to them was, not this report card, which results will come out next year publicly, But next year's report card, which will come out in the following year, I'm expecting every school to be exceeds expectations on the state report card or significantly exceeds. So now we're gonna work back from that. So all the principals will know that's the ultimate goal. What do we need to do? And I suspect that our data, our report card next year could be flat. Because, we haven't really launched anything. Well, we have started stuff already. We recognize we didn't even have an assessment system in place. We recognize we don't have a curriculum review cycle, things that we'll be discussing here shortly a little bit more. But the goal is really high. I mean, so I'm putting it out there, yeah, it's more than even a stretch goal, except the report card works in our favor because it recognizes you don't get to achievement without growth. And so growth is rated high. And as Jamie said, we'll anticipate that we're going to get, a jump pretty quick.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but from the training, have we identified maybe one or two standard kind of issues that have happened in the negative side of the implementation that we are kind of getting ready for, or that we talked about in kind of, because obviously what I'm hearing is we're going to throw people at it. If there's an issue, we're going to find the problem, we're going to find a solution as it comes out. But this has been done before, so maybe we have some research on things that have gone wrong, and then what are the most common things that have gone wrong?
So remember early on when I said we need to boost our writing curriculum? That was one of the things that the 2 sites that we visited said that the writing wasn't strong enough. So we're going to preempt that piece. Katie, can you talk to them a little bit about your Hawaii friends?
Absolutely.
And how Jim has approved us going to.
Thank you in advance for that.
Couple board members.
So we were really fortunate to be able to sit at a table and be on a team with Hawaii, who was going to enter their 2nd year of implementation. One of their focuses for this year going into the 2nd year was that they found that some of our teachers struggled with the planning process. So they were going to really intentionally teach their teachers how to plan, because though it is a very descriptive lesson plan that each of our teachers will be given, it's not designed to be a script, and it's not designed to be read from. It's designed to give a very clear layout of the components of this literacy curriculum, but without planning, teachers won't be able to really engage in the art of teaching, and be their own unique selves in doing so. So the planning piece was really critical, and that was something that they didn't hit a lot on first year in implementation. So they're talking about how to walk through, right, because we want our students to be able to do that too when they're looking at work. So their plan was to walk through each of the lessons and really just give strategies about timing and working together and reading through a couple days in advance just to be prepared, so you're very comfortable and familiar with the tool and the resource that you have.
Thank you for the answer.
On this form, what I want you to realize is it really is a form that helps us with placement. It also helps us monitor the progress that we're making with students. So the black line that goes down, that's the grade level equivalency. And the numbers that are in the box talk about how many students, make sure I don't fall over here on top of you, catch me, spot me. So this is a 2, so this is 2nd graders, and then it distributes where they are on that reading instructional chart, okay? So what we want to see are all of our 2nd graders moving past that black line in the first year. That's probably not going to happen, right? But we better see a lot of them moving over the line. Right? And it's all the way down. It's just being able to monitor where are our children for their instructional purposes.
And what this does, this is the data that we use then to determine every quarter which reading group the kids will be in. The intent here is not to track them. The intent is to move them up as quickly as we can, because we're concentrating and leveraging time, by narrowing that focus, that training range. We believe it's like within a class, okay, everybody's in silent reading, why work with a small group? We're doing it much more efficiently in terms of the whole school gets split up into the reading blocks, so that we're leveraging that time. So the intent here, every quarter, we're trying to move people up, kids up.
So these are ways that you can support or monitor Jim's implementation, full implementation. Here's another thing that we're working on. We don't have it solidified yet, but we're working on it. I'm gonna give Lee credit for this piece because he's been the one working most closely with CISA 7, I believe, right? 7 on one slide down. Okay, so when you look at all of these indicators, what we do, we call these leading indicators. So these are the things that are important to be in place in order to get the results later, lagging indicators, leading indicators. We want to take our list of leading indicators, we want to make those what our teacher evaluation is based on. We don't want our teachers to have to collect artifacts and tell us stories and all of this stuff, because the data is going to speak for itself, okay? Now, knowing that, I also know when you do change, not everybody jumps on the first train that's going through the station. So we have built in then a catch-up time in October for any of our staff that we see, like, ooh, just not hitting the mark yet. Come on in, let's get you, boosted up some. This will become part of the evaluation, so it is all focused and streamlined for both teachers and our building principals.
A little bit more clarity on that too, because this is a significant point, because this also hits culture in terms of we're trying to take stuff off the teacher's plate. You know, if there's no reason for us to do this other than compliance, that's a mistake. And so unfortunately, the state has to approve any system that's outside of something that they've already approved. And for example, we use currently CISA 6. We're using their educated effectiveness model. That's in addition to whatever a school district principal might do, to drive their instructional. Now, they're going to try to link it because, there's research in that, but, quite often it's duplication. You're taking what we're doing here that makes sense and trying to put it into their forms for a compliance response. Jamie has figured out how to short circuit that. But what I'm saying is, you're working to move from CISA 6 to CISA 7, cut it way down, figure out how we can use SFA to still feel like, okay, we're reporting responsibly to the state. But then next year, mid-year, we'll be sending a proposal to the state, with the assistance here to say, approve what we have. That's what we'd be looking for. Again, trying to create efficiency here and getting a return on every moment spent.
That team, would it be director or would it be the principal, both? What are you thinking that a team has to consist of for the teacher reviews?
Well, I think those forms can be filled out really by any observer because they should be observable. So really anyone who's coming in to do an observation. However, evaluations take place by building principal. So the staff ultimately will be under the guise of their building principal.
I'm saying if they're gonna try to turn it into an artifact because that's what the mechanism you're trying to.
Yeah, we're gonna cut back on some of that. There shouldn't be a need for an artifact if there's evidence in our observation. So that's what these forms are doing for us, that will eliminate the reason for the teacher to do the doc log because the evidence is collected in real time. And those are the benefits that we'll see, I hope, from being able to streamline our priorities into the actual evaluation system, which I don't think people have seen a connection with because it's been a compliance thing and a state-driven thing. Hopefully now they'll see that the things that we're doing to promote student learning are also what we're going to be doing and monitoring and looking for in the classroom when we go in there. And that should double our efforts towards the momentum moving it in a forward direction.
Tony?
How soon after we have the baseline data can we anticipate having concrete goals? Just adding on to what Carrie was saying earlier.
Oh, concrete goals, I would say 1 week at most.
I think that 2-week window is when
That's part of the goal
collecting data and then goal setting during that time, so.
Tony, I think within the first 2 weeks, you're going to be seeing the goals.
Okay.
Okay, great. And just out of curiosity, I don't know if you can answer this now, but any idea what we can expect to see as far as improvement that first quarter, or is that just going to be something you're going to have to get back to us on?
Well, what you would see, remember tracking student progress. Where are they right now based on assessment data that we have? So every quarter, you're going to be able to see their movement in terms of how many kids are moving up, how many are staying the same, and we'll summarize that and be able to explain that from a district perspective to moving down in terms of what are we also learning? Is it the same at every school? Is it different?
Are you asking for a crystal ball guess?
Yeah, I'm just curious. And I think,
Educated, yeah.
I can
And I
give
think
you
the
an
other-
educated guess. I think that your biggest growth period is probably going to be in your second and your third quarters. So that's where you're gonna be looking for the biggest return on your investment. In the first quarter, we're just getting it off the ground and implementing, and there's a period of time that we need to even instill, like, what's the classroom look like? What does the cooperative instructional model look like? So I don't expect big returns in the first quarter, but I do in quarters 2 and 3.
yeah, and that's fair. And really, I just wanted to make sure that we were focused on having extreme clarity on targets. That's all, and avoiding, generalizations and all that. So, I like what I'm hearing, and I think we're on the right track. I just wanted to make sure that we were dialed in on specifics as we move forward.
There's a couple of things that are going to benefit us, and I like to give credit for what happened this last year. I originally proposed 2 schools pilot, and that was seen as a mistake because we really should not have winners and losers. We should try to, at this scale, try to do it together. And so we're going to benefit from everybody sharing. So there's a lot of systems that are all going to be the same, and we're going to be able to make a better analysis of that and learn from each other. The second thing I would just like to, Lee, do you have any comments in terms of what you picked up in terms of what to be thinking about at the high school level? Because, right now we have all the elementaries and the middle schools. The only thing that we haven't addressed is McKinley and the high school, which doesn't mean that we're not looking at that, but some of your thoughts, Lee, from.
Sure, and at the training, I was kind of looking at it through the lens of, yes, this is K-8, but, we also then will have students that are coming into high school having learned under really a slightly different instructional model. So we've already had conversations, brief conversations, we need to go more in depth with the high school folks about how do we make sure all of those teachers understand the instructional model of SFA, which frankly should be very easy because it follows an instructional model that we've sort of done some professional development around called GRR, or Gradual Release of Responsibility. This really is a model that tries to get teachers to model what it is they're looking for their students and being really clear with them about what they want them to know and be able to do. Then it's asking the group to work on it cooperatively, or so it's I do, we do, then you do. Ultimately, you have to assess the student individually to know where they're truly at in their learning. And so that'll be a very easy model to again, reinforce at the high school level. But also, in addition to that, the cooperative learning practices that are going to be taking place in our K-8 schools are going to have grown probably, I'm only guessing, not having been at the middle school for a few years, but from what I remember from my observations there, I think that what we're going to see is a tremendous increase in engagement through this curriculum and through the modeling, planning, and feedback of the teachers. It works together with the Together curriculum that goes along with teaching them how to celebrate each other and learn. And I'm really thinking that's going to create an environment for students in which they can flourish and thrive, and they can build their confidence level. Because that's something that I've seen over the years here, is that our students don't believe enough in themselves. And so how do we raise their levels of efficacy? And I believe that the foundation to that is built into this system, which I think will make a huge difference, at the end of the day when we're looking at those student results, because they're gonna learn how to celebrate each other and encourage each other instead of sort of just being their own individual self, getting feedback in a very traditional school setting. So the high school, I think, can benefit from cooperative learning practices, as well as reviewing that instructional model and making sure that we're ready for those students when they come to high school, because we don't want the line to be, the growth line to stop there. We want it to continue, and I think leveraging those practices will sure help.
Amazing, thank you, Lee. Can I talk? Sorry to throw you right back, and thank you very much. From a compliance standpoint from the state, traditionally, the building principal would be doing the reviews for the teachers, correct?
Yeah.
So do we feel confident that we're gonna be able to petition the state that the SFA coordinator is going to be able to essentially do the observations that are gonna be equal to the building principals?
We won't have to put that on the SFA coordinators, or facilitators. That'll still be able to be, and the state expects that. That, you know, truly those facilitators aren't evaluators, and they have to be trained to be evaluators through that is a part of the compliance for the state. So we'll work with building principals to do that. It doesn't mean though that those observations couldn't exist and feedback couldn't be shared, right? Because remember, the goal for these is that people get a chance to reflect on their practices and improve them. And so any people that come in, what I'm hoping is we create a culture where Heidi can come into my room, fill out one of these and give it to me and say, hey, here's what I saw today. Right? It's not as seen as anything that, you know, and I got you. It's just feedback around what she saw in my room. And it'll take a little while to get there, but hopefully that is what drives, you know, how we move forward professionally with our development and some of the other things we're going to talk about later.
That was a good, I'm not coming from that standpoint, I'm coming from the compliance model.
That's a good point though, because it's important to recognize SFA says these are not evaluators, they're coaches. That's the role. Their primary, the principal is still the evaluator, but there's a leadership team, as we just discussed.
Thank you. That's all.
But, you know, the SFA, that's the worst thing you could have is that they're seen as an evaluator because all of a sudden they've lost their coaching ability because they're looking at it potentially different, even though a principal is coaching too.
Thank you.
Yep. So we'll move on to culture.
Sure.
Get this thing moving. So again, you identified culture and really, Lee kind of did a segue right there. Because what does culture mean? Culture, you know, we associated that with how we're preparing teachers to be effective. You know, and so what you have here is, you know, this, you'll find this in most literature in terms of, I'm not sure what the board did when they made this a priority for me in terms of how you define culture, what it was, but I thought it would be important to review that you made this a priority. So the culture's definition, predominant norms, values, and attitudes that define, drive behavior in the district. Okay, so really, just like we want students to have a certain behavior, we want staff to have a certain behavior. We want to create a culture, and I've identified this as a culture of excellence. Just context, okay? So when you think about a whole system, you're really talking about coherence. It's a system working together, all the interconnecting systems working for a common purpose. And the common purpose is in the middle. That's where student learning takes place. That's where the student, the curriculum, and the teacher come together to create learning. And so what this says is to have coherence, everybody in the organization has to be working to make that, to get that result. And so then it comes out to a theory of change and a strategy. Now we simultaneously, by putting the strategic plan together in our efforts, we identified really a theory of change. We didn't have systems, structures, or curriculum in SFA. Okay, so you're first, and now it's into execution. So you can see how theory comes into play in strategies and identify culture. So again, you can see those interconnecting systems outside. That's kind of your organization. You got culture. You can see the various components here. I can't read without my. I'd love to be as I can, but you have those various components there that are broken up, and culture is just one of them. You know, so structure, systems, thank you. Resources, you can, okay, so you can see, so then taking back into the next slide, remember, all of this is meant to, Katie, is to support the instructional core. You know, and so on the instructional core, the core includes 3 interdependent components for teachers' knowledge, the teacher's knowledge and skill, the engagement in their own learning, and academic challenging content. All that comes together. Okay, so remember everything that we're doing, and you've just identified culture as a significant component for us to work on this next year. So then what's the keys to a successful staff culture? And this is out of the research. You know, you could do some of your own searching. You'll find these things in various forms. Katie, next one. So again, this is what we'll be working, you know, set the vision. So name the behaviors you want to see, outline clear roles, set clear schedules. Teachers don't like that when you don't have that. So we believe everything that we're doing here will contribute to the profession, you know, to get that results. roll it out, lead by example. We're all gonna model this behavior, just like we did in training. Create a culture of practice and build relationships. It's consistency. One of the examples, for example, when you're saying, Matt, in terms of what hasn't been working, what do we already know? Well, look at a rollout of the ad hoc on behaviors, inconsistent rollout, right? Because the system, all the schools were a little bit different. Everybody was kind of doing their own thing. So this is kind of pushing, for that consistency. And then protect it. So that was that last one. And then how are we going to, the keys to us, so move to the next one then. And then, how will we measure this? And you're raising a question, and I say there's two parts. Now there's more, and I didn't include the monetary other things that add to culture in terms of how you're taking care of staff, removing the educator effectiveness and replacing it with something that's much more efficient, and gets a better return. But student impact, why are we here? So are the academic results coming? What do our customers say? Our students and our parents? That should be critical to say whether or not we've got the right culture in place. But then two, what's our staff perception? So we went through and reviewed the annual results, but we're suggesting we'll go back to that company to help us develop a model where we can collect data through the year. So just like student behavior that we can monitor and adjust. And so that's what we're proposing, to do in terms of meeting that goal and how we might measure that. If that makes sense with you. And again, this is meant to be a conversation here, because as Stacy says, some of our objectives is do we agree on these goals? And so therefore, I'm looking for your response. This is how, in working with my executive team and directors, we're looking at.
Are we gonna have a schedule at the middle school level now? Are we gonna have bells, or how are we gonna organize the students? So we are on task through the SFA program. That's my new question.
Usually answer that. Are we gonna have bells? I don't know.
Because if we go back a couple slides, the whole point, which I love this is amazing, is we're going to have clear expectations, a vision, and we're gonna roll it out together.
Right.
But we need to have consistency. So I understand it's boring when we see the bell hit 3:15, but we wanna leave then. But I understand that we need, as young adults and children, we hate structure, but yet we yearn it. So, and I'm saying that because I'm the youngest one in the room, probably on board. Okay, I can get away with that. But we need structure, so I wanted to know how we were gonna implement that through SFA. That's all I'm saying.
So, if there's no feedback, then I'm proposing one more goal, and it's not to have, to have any extensive conversation unless you have it. And then I think it's critically important that we're recommending that we use these 10 to do an assessment of our facilities, because now we think we have the right team, that data helps us come up to speed faster, and then we start identifying that in terms of our long-range goals, how everything fits together. And then we know that we are not committed to using anybody in any one of these component parts. And we make that decision going around, but we will have, for example, we just spent a significant time early on with fundraising about those things should be in our plan. We should know where all those things are at so that we can evaluate in terms of set priorities. So that's something that I'm putting out there, asking your support, that be a goal, and that this next year, we would put that plan in place.
Tony?
Yeah, Jim, I love the idea of getting more regular staff feedback. I think that's great. And I would encourage that. I guess as far as the buildings plan, how do we plan to approach, one of the things I really liked about the Nexus offering from last year was that they had a really high success rate with referendums. And I'm just curious, I understand what we want to do with the approach that you guys are proposing here, but I just want to make sure that whatever we do, we have a plan that's realistic on how we're going to fund this thing, because we're going to inevitably probably need to address that at some point. And I just was curious if where you guys were at on that and how you felt about that.
Well, I think that raises a good question, not to get our house. First of all, we have to identify what our needs are. And I think we need to be sure that we're separating out needs from wants. You know, and then we were able to now, because we just talked about our instructional needs and we have that in place, but we don't still have our facilities. We've got $50 million approximately identified. But, you know, we talked about, you know, potentially projects up to 100 million. We need to know where we're at, and we've got furniture that needs to be replaced, all kinds of things that need to be replaced. We need to check the capacity of our schools, where we're at. There's all kinds of things that we don't have enough to work with because we're consumed by the detail now. But now I think having this, you know, in place there enables us to make that decision. And then we start looking, okay, can we manage this with the money that we have in the referendum? Or is more going to be, and how are we going to do that?
I think what we're kind of wrestling around with is we as a board, we want to be more engaged, having to know about what's going on, the details. And I think that's what we're trying to go after right now, Tony. So if we are fully engaged in understanding of the needs of the district by evaluating, you know, project to project or facility to facility, I think board members as advocates, I will be an advocate. If we need to go for a referendum, I will be completely informed by understanding the needs of the district, and I will be a speakerphone just by myself, just trying to, because we're being board members that are fully engaged in the needs of the district. So we'll be entrenched in the knowledge. So we'll be the best advocate to our fellow people, to be a speakerphone, to continue to communicate that the needs of the district. So I think that's a grassroots form of trying to go for referendum. I understand it sounds great to have a bowl of somebody saying I pass referendums because they spend money, but I'm saying as a core group of the team, we can be our own advocates for our own district to represent our own students and our own families.
And one thing I would just like to also add is, Mike, your comments in terms, because Mike wasn't here last year. So he sat down, he's met with Nexus, he's met with CISA 10, and we've discussed internally what we're attempting to do that Matt Phipps just indicated. Mike, any comments you want to share in terms of, you know, what you see in terms of where we're at, what we need to do, and what we're attempting to accomplish, and how this could help?
I've been able to work with Nexus a little bit on some of the projects that we're doing now. And then just comparing it to the CISA, working with them, I have such a more comfort level with the CISA group and how they're allowing us to do whatever we want to do.
Right, they're not corporate, yeah.
Right, and some of these projects, I'll be able to do, some of our guys might be able to manage it if they're small enough and all of that, but I don't like the way we're locked in with our playground right now and some of these things that are going on right now. And it took me a while to find the dollars, how much it was costing us, and it's costing a lot of money.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
We need, as a group, we need to have that flexibility.
See, I think, yeah, I mean, Matt and I were the ones that said, hey, wait a minute, you're not gonna, you know, if we want to bid contracts out, you're the only guys that are gonna be the bidders. I mean, it seemed that the Nexus guys were mostly interested in their corporate bottom line and in controlling virtually everything. And it just was like, you know, boy, you lock into them, man, and you know, it's the death lock. I mean, you're with them they're with you forever. And on everything, and they make the decisions on virtually everything. So, I mean, I think they're really competent, but you know, we tried to ask them if they could write us up a different kind of contract, and they didn't.
I'd like, oh, go ahead, Angela.
We had shared the contract with our attorneys, the current one for CISA 10, and you know, Jim was in that conversation too, and he said, this is a really good contract. He said it doesn't tie you to future steps, which was the main concern the board had last year. So I just wanted to make sure we shared that tonight as well. CISA 10, if we say like, hey, we want to go with you on certain projects, they can morph and I don't know if the word is credit us for some of what we will pay for that engagement, but you know, we have a lot of flexible options, so it's a good thing.
I'd like to put it out to the board is I'd like us to be to vote on these goals that are here, for 2023, 2024. And I'd like to, and so I'm entertaining a motion, if there is one, to accept these three, with or without the contract, or to separate those. I mean, I think there's some options here, but,
That's a different time, yeah.
just, is there a motion from anyone about, the goals?
A, B, and C?
A, B, and C?
What's the proposed addition?
So when we met as a board during the evaluation, we set that we wanted SFA implementation and culture. Jim has asked to add long-range facilities plan. That is the proposed additional goal.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
I'll make a motion to oppose, to accept the three goals, A, B, and C, for the 2023-24 school year.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion about these three? Yes, Chris?
Because I think these are all good goals. I think they're great goals for the district. As far as goals for the superintendent, I think, to be fair, they have to be smart. Staff
Have to be what?
culture. Staff and student culture, what? Obviously, we want better staff and student culture, absolutely. So, I don't know what was in the actual evaluation that you did with them and how that was shared in, so I'm hoping that those things were in there, but I think it needs to be not just the word staff and student culture, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because your goals should be specific, they should be measurable, they should be achievable,
Right.
relevant, and time-based.
Right.
We used to do that at something.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna defend.
I think the
we
culture
just-
one is incomplete at
I
this
think
point.
we just talked about that for the last half hour, so I think
Right.
you're trying to.
This
put it on paper.
presentation that we did on culture, so how we will measure it, student impact, academic results, annual student perception survey, annual parent perception survey. Staff perception will be new quarterly staff perception survey and an annual staff perception survey.
And I want to be clear to you, I am not being a jerk. I'm just being explicit. We're gonna do a survey. But you're not saying what the survey
gonna measure,
should
yeah.
indicate. You know, you can do a survey, and if all the surveys come back, yikes, you know, what, I assume what we want to see is incremental positive responses on the surveys. I understand what were intended.
Sure.
I'm just saying the ultimate goals for the superintendent should be.
Are we agreeing that we would expect?
I agree on these
this, that we would elevate student achievement levels?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
oh, yeah.
Right.
So we would have to determine, how much, right?
So maybe improved responses on the surveys over time, because like the teacher one, I'm so glad to be doing them quarterly. I think that's a great.
And again, there's more that we have to do, and just like we said about even sending the achievement, we haven't even set a benchmark.
Right, yeah.
We haven't assessed.
Right, because you don't have the initial.
And that's why we're saying to start again with new baseline data, and then with that new baseline data, because, we're gonna have a new team, even though that happens every year.
Yeah.
But we're gonna set the baseline data to measure this through this year, and then again, we'll have another annual, so there will be two. But again, tying it back into the survey results. And Mike, I'm sorry I didn't, what we didn't report was Mike was going to identify that follow-up piece in terms of how we would get to a measurable goal.
Can I?
Thank you, Jim. I didn't know whether,
Oh, go on.
I didn't know whether to interject or
Yeah,
not.
I'm sorry, Mike,
I didn't know
yeah.
where we're at. But, so, remember last board meeting, we had, factors that were not contributing to people being dissatisfied or leaving. We had factors that were of concern, correct? And I think there were like 7 or 8 of those factors. So what we're considering doing is having school perception create a survey relative to those areas of concern so that we can go out and quarterly measure those areas of concern to determine, are we trending in the right direction? Are we neutral? Are we trending in the wrong direction? That's what we were thinking, Chris.
Okay,
If that helps or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
it seems at this point, the culture thing, we've got a lot of adjectives and no nouns. You know, the thing is that when this was brought up, when we discussed it originally, it was like, gee, you know, there's a disconnect between administration, board administration, and the people in the schools, the teachers, the, you know, the paras, even the building administrators, that really has to be knit back together. You know, and that was sort of my idea, not just sort of an amorphous like it, you know, a culture of excellence doesn't tell me anything. You know, I mean, it's a really good adjective, but it's not really a good noun. I mean, what do they, you know, what do we need to do in order to make this system whole? You know, what do we need to do to make it whole? To make people cooperating with one another? I mean, I think there's been a lot of disgruntled people this year. And maybe that was just a natural consequence of things, but I guess I'd like everybody to be kind of buying in. I'd like everybody to be sort of like saying, well, boy, we're on board with these goals and et cetera. But I don't think that's going to happen automatically without some kind of structure or some kind of, you know, some kind of strategy.
Right, so this is where I feel like what have we been talking about for the last hour and 20 minutes? We have a very structured SFA program that is providing so much data to us. Not to mention, we are going to be measuring all these things is going to be data elements that we're going to see. And so if we have a quarterly staff perception survey, I think student perceptions, I believe, goes up to a number 5. And we get a 2% on something, just like everyone else in our system, we're gonna be looking at that data and say, what's wrong? What aren't we doing? What's happening? We're not gonna wait till the end of the year now because, you know, 68% of people that filled that out, you know, may not be here. Some of them may not be here in this district anymore. So I guess what I'm missing what we're not measuring. Do you guys want to say if it's not above a 3, then Jim's out? Like, I'm not quite sure.
I'm not talking about that. I mean,
but I'm not quite sure.
We're not talking about that.
There's posturing going on.
But what am I missing? That this is so detailed that I cannot even imagine what we're missing here.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just what I think they're asking for and what I think is reasonable is once we have that baseline data captured, we just want to make sure that the numbers or the goals themselves are measurable and that there's a time frame associated with it. So I think the missing component now is that we don't have that baseline data. And then, you know, so I think in principle, I agree with all 3 of these areas deserve our attention and should be priorities. I think what's lacking tonight right now is just that baseline data is our starting point, right? And that's, you know, it is what it is, right? That's what we're dealing with.
Well, we do have baseline data because we already have the survey that happened and we want to grow from there.
So with
that's
that
one piece.
Right. With the survey we do, but there's a lot of other, all right, so you're right about that one, but the achievement numbers we don't, right? And that's kind of the big one. So I agree, we do need to figure out, you know, just see some improvement and just decide what those targets are. And I don't know if we do that tonight or if we just.
Okay, but I guess that's my thing. What is missing on here that's not being captured?
I have a comment, just.
You muted or something?
The team. Is there a mechanism for survey data through the SFA coordinators to the teachers, to the parents, so that we can really get into so we don't have an email that's out there floating saying, hey, fill out this survey. Like actually through the SFA program, we can engage the parents about the real-time data of how their son or daughter is coping or working with this SFA program, because then we can use that as a stakeholder input of this whole curriculum.
Yes.
Is there
parent form?
I'm just like, that should be something on our radar.
I mean, I guess what I'm feeling a little like, and this is what I think happens in our board meetings, is we are again, we're back to not trusting this process. And we're getting into the weeds of, we've hired a lot of people to implement a program and to collect data and set up goals that we've asked them to, and it's still not enough. And I'm not quite sure what else is needed.
What I'm hearing Chris say, and what I'm thinking is what we've been told throughout our careers in the classroom, that you need to measure what you're trying to do. It seems to me to be simple to say, here is what the last survey said. We're now going to do that quarterly. I don't think we have to say reach a 5 or a 4 or a 3 or a 2. Are we seeing a positive growth towards more acceptance of the whole program?
Right.
Is it improving rather than where those numbers were? And you know, board numbers and administration numbers were not good.
Yeah.
So we should be able to, if we're going to do this quarterly, hopefully, and part of that will be the success of the reading program. Part of it will be people buying into that, seeing that success. Those numbers should go up. So part of that goal in my head should be an improved numeric value in acceptance, or however we want to say it, to those questions of trust in the administration, trust in the board. We should see those numbers if what we're doing is improving things.
Yeah, right.
So we should see an increase. You should see it. Because, you know,
Well, sure, but
you have to say in that goal, that's what I'm looking for. You can't just say, well, this is the goal and we want it, but we're not putting any benchmark to measure, is it getting better?
Yeah, right.
I just want to offer a comment because I think this is important, Griff. I think we're all really on the same page. There was another question. There was 2 questions that I highlighted last time from that survey. 95% of the staff thought we were knocking out of the park in terms of how we were serving our kids for achievement. There's a disconnect with what we're talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Second thing, that was confirmed where there was a split of disagreement and philosophically what we were doing. So some liked the status quo, it appeared.
Right.
Some saw there was a need for change. I can't separate that out because I think we've got to mind this more. But, you know, there's 2 things that I can't just reconcile, you know, without us putting our arms around that. That's why the achievement part is in there. And I think that's where Matt was going. How are we connected with families or our customers? Because if we aren't serving our customers and we're just trying to feel good, we're missing why we're here.
Can I interrupt you? The best survey for the Board of Education is the election, not us serving the result.
Well, I'm not sure that's true, but.
What do you mean?
I think the best survey
Well, that's
is
a-
that,
that's a different-
the best survey is, are we giving children a quality education? Are they learning?
Yeah.
That's what we're measuring here by academic result. I mean, if we want to put in here that student impact, academic results will improve. I mean, again, I think that's implied. Why on earth would we measure academic results and perception survey and hope that it goes down? I guess to me, that was implied that we expect as a board that these 3 things, that implementation goes out without a hitch is what I think we said.
Yeah.
That we wanted our staff and student culture. Yeah, well, you're right. You know, that we improve our student and staff culture, and we're going to do that by measuring these items. And then the third thing, to have a long-range plan.
Okay.
So Chris, do you have an amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
No.
I think there's just need for
Because we have a
more
second.
fleshing out, that's all.
We just talked about it for another half hour, so.
Well, we're not gonna do that tonight, yeah.
We just.
But we are, because how can we adopt a set of goals if you don't believe that this is it and that this is what, we are starting school in a couple weeks. If you want to flush it out, I'll stay here till midnight to flush it out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what we're saying is
Or we won't adopt these.
we're just saying, well, maybe, even Chris said, gee, he agrees with the goals. But he had some, he had some questions about what the hell does this goal really mean? And I think that we I think that's yet to be decided, isn't it? I mean, with long-range building stuff, yeah, we know what that means. And we know what the improvement in academic achievement means. Culture, it's still pretty foggy right now.
I'm not sure why it would be difficult. And I wouldn't even set specific point values to going up, but I would say to see a quarterly improvement in.
Isn't that what we're seeing?
In teacher buy-in to what's going on. Right. I mean, I don't know how you say that. We'd have to wordsmith it somehow. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if FSA is successful and kids are learning, those scores are going to improve, which means things are happening and the district is getting better. I'm just saying there should be a way to put that in the goal to say, yeah, nobody's cheering that those numbers go down, but what people are saying is, if the goal is happening, those numbers are going to go up. And that's a success.
Sure.
That's saying it worked, rather than going, this is what we want, and if it happens, great, but there's no value on going up.
I guess I would only tie those goals to the student achievement, not the perception survey of the staff.
Oh, I think that is our goal, though.
No.
For students.
No, it's not. He's trying to say he wants.
We're talking about the culture. I'm not talking about the academic goal.
Dive into the.
But that's part of it.
What is the definition of success?
If it goes, if our scores go up and things are going well, I'd be very surprised if those other numbers didn't change too. You think those will stay down if things are going well in the district?
No, but the center of my attention is the student achievement with students in the district.
So is mine. And part of that center of attention is making sure I can get more than 30% or 33% of the teachers in the district feeling really good about what's going on.
So you want to put a number to it? How do you want to articulate?
I don't, I don't even know if you want to say we have to have, 5% or 4%. I just think a positive quarterly increase.
I personally would like to see that those numbers go up, but that's not essentially what I'm here for. And I think that's what Matthew's trying to say is,
I understand what you're saying.
I mean,
He just wants positive change.
I would like to see positive things too, you know what I mean? But they also show it on that very same survey that, they have a better work-life balance now. They have less on their plate than before, but they still have, for the people that made that happen, still have a low score. So, I mean, there's things that are conflicting. I personally, the only thing I really care about is that student impact, student achievement. I would love to see the staff perception survey get better, but it ain't necessarily going to get better just because the students are doing better.
Well, I think it's not quite.
Well, no, they proved it in the last. We've given them. They said that the work-life balance from this last year.
Yeah, they were okay on that, and they were okay on a number of things, but they didn't necessarily think the school system was moving in the right direction.
Well,
they didn't show a vote of
95%
confidence
of the people said
in the school board, that's for sure.
Okay, but Carrie, let me ask you this. If the academic achievement improved.
Yeah.
And they hated the school board, would that be okay? Because it would be for me.
Me too.
Well, yeah, I think we can have guns and butter on this, though. I don't think, don't give a damn how they feel. I mean, I don't think that's.
I do care. I do.
It's not that, but these are called perception surveys.
Well, it's economics.
And I think that, the data pointed to some really fundamental things. One is that a very high, I can't remember, it was over 80%, maybe even the 90s, of that we are excellent at academic that we are providing excellent academic service.
95% true.
Okay, but that's the perception
95%
of our staff, okay?
Right.
And then the other end of that is that only 30%, 20% agree with the direction we're going.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So the perception is we are okay with, as long as we keep doing what we're doing, we're gonna stay at this 75%. But if you come in and you launch this other stuff that we don't think is the right direction, we're not happy about it. But what if?
Wow, we can do two things at the same time, Stacy. We can do two things at the same time, you know.
I know.
I mean, honestly, we can have a faculty and an administration that says, wow.
Okay, but how,
you know.
all I'm saying is, how are you going to read the data if the academic results are up and the quarterly staff perception stays exactly the same?
Well, I guess I'd be happy with the gains, but I wouldn't be totally satisfied with the work we've done. You know, I mean, there's some things that still haunt me. It's like, you know, how are we gonna do this? I mean, teachers that went to Arizona sat here and said, wow, they're doing FSA in Arizona, and Jesus, you know, kids are getting better at reading, but it isn't reflected in the statewide score system. And the attitude was like, well, we don't give a damn about the statewide score system. We just are happy that the kids are getting to read. I mean, honestly, you know, I'm hoping that we can score on both.
I am too.
So, you know, and I'm really optimistic that we
But
can.
again-
But I do think that, you know, we've been sort of hemorrhaging people leaving. We've had some pretty angry stuff
Okay,
being
so
expressed here.
So now, again, we are back to not focusing on our team and our plan moving forward. We are back to, let's look at our old team. That ship is sailed.
Oh, I don't give it, you know, okay, just, you know, we don't have the votes here, so that's okay.
not what-
We'll just forget about whether the teachers are with us or not, you know? We'll just sort of like say, oh, well, screw them, you know? I mean, they don't have a union anyway, so they can't exert any kind of pressure.
We've expressed our opinion that we want them to be. We just
Yes.
said our main priorities are
Right.
for the students, Terry.
I think we can do two things at the same time.
I would love to.
I wanted to highlight, and I wanted to say real quickly, I'm so proud of the SFA coordinators that we hired, because the experience, what Katie was talking about is the problem of the first year SFA implementation is the planning. And when new teachers come out, they kind of like, they know the script, but they don't know how to like make it their art. And we have such experienced SFA coordinators that have history in the district for so long. I'm so excited how they'll be able to bridge that gap and be mentors and leaders to those teachers to be able to make this a success, because that's what we've addressed as the worst issue for SFA at the moment. We have an experienced staff that's gonna be able to implement that change together cohesively as a team. I'm excited about that.
I think you're right on that. I think that's gonna help a lot. But we have to state that one of our objectives is to improve the relationships within the system.
That's in our strategic plan, that's already in there.
Yeah, can I just?
It's the goal,
Before
right?
I make a statement, because I don't want the public and our teachers to interpret this, that I don't want them feeling really good about coming to work.
Right.
Because that would be sending the wrong message if you're suggesting that that's not where I want. The thing that I want is for them to be able to say, this is one of the best places to work.
Well, of course.
That's my goal. And I think it's shared, but the way we're talking this suggests, I don't want that part, just as long as I get the achievement. You're gonna get your best achievement.
That has to be intentional.
Engaged. So, I mean, I think we're on the same page, but we're
I
talking
think
like
you're
we're
right.
not.
I agree, we're on the same page.
So I don't have a problem with what Biff was saying.
That's why I wanted to ask Chris for an amendment to the motion of how we want to change it. And I'm okay with making an amendment saying you have positive change, completely okay with that. Let's change it. Let's not get in the weeds too far. Let's make it, let's say positive change.
Student achievement is very important, okay? But if you want to be one of those elite schools that we're talking about trying to be, you've got to be a place where the achievement is up. People love coming to work. People don't leave every year double the numbers we've had in the past. We have to keep them here. Part of it is achievement for kids, part is happy teachers teaching that, feeling good about what's going on.
Exactly.
I think we can do that. But we've got to, in the objectives, put some kind of marks, some kind of scores that say it's moving that direction.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be a 50-point jump. It doesn't have to be a 10% jump. It just has to be that move every quarter that it's going up. People, hey, it's a team thing. We're doing well. The kids are doing well. I feel good about teaching here.
And I have no problems with this at all, because that's exactly what I'm working to accomplish.
That's what we have to state that as goals then, don't we? And then measure.
Quarterly increase.
Yeah.
In those questions on the evaluation we're doing? I mean, does that work?
I think if you clearly have an understanding, all I was saying from the start, if you look under SFA, it shows that we're gonna be monitoring. If you look under the snapshot, if you look under the grade proficiency, we're gonna be monitoring, Under staff and student culture, it just says staff and student culture.
Right.
That's my only point. Yeah, exactly, I know, I'm just saying, and that's when you pointed out, it's going to be monitored.
Just says process.
I said I was okay with that, as long as it's clear what the expectation is. And I don't think this is just about one person, this is about the entire central office group.
Sure, I would agree.
Yeah.
Monitoring and improving.
I don't,
Culture.
I just wanted to make sure there was clarity.
Well, and that's why, when the goals were presented to me, nothing was identified what you're looking for, so I came with thinking, we gotta monitor this. And we need to tie it to student achievement. We gotta make that linkage. If we're not serving our customer, then we're really missing something, okay? However, my goal is that I love coming to work. I want everybody to love coming to work. Because this is a great team. I mean, I draw a parallel. I love sports. I've been in sports. This is a team, it's what Stacy, set this up at the beginning. She just indicated, we got a new team, we're forming, we recognize we had a problem, we're taking it on.
So under staff and student culture, in this packet, there are two items of how we will measure. One is student impact and one is staff perception.
And I was lobbying for a third component of the parents to try to get that so that the parents, in an effective way, because otherwise the people that are in the trenches are always gonna fill out the reports first. And the people that are working 9 to 5 or 9 to 10, they don't get time to do it, or they just are busy from their life. And we need to somehow get them to be involved more. And I understand that that's the biggest problem we've all had for many, many years. But if we can use it through the SFA to kind of help bridge that gap, I would like to see that third part of.
And I was trying to do that by the very nature that I was saying the student survey and the parent survey were critical, but that survey, high numbers, a high percentage of, that we know that we're getting that feedback is important.
Yeah, and that was just food for thought to try to increase turnout for that. So.
Well, I think we've spent the power here. I mean,
You have, but what do you want to add to this? Do you want it to say improve student impact? Do you want it to say, what does the word improve mean? I mean, again, we have here what's going to be measured, and I'm asking those that need more clarity of what do you want added to this?
I would say improve all three. The stakeholder engagement, staff engagement, and the student engagement.
Is that
specific?
We're talking about goals and means, and I'm all in favor of the goals. Student achievement, improve the culture for students and teachers, and do a long-range building project, a plan. I can vote for that. But I think that we still need to talk about means on some of this.
Means.
I think what Matt just said about the improvement. And then to measure that, just insert a quarterly improved score on perception survey for the staff development, or the staff culture. So don't put down it has to be 10%, 5, just an improvement.
Right, yeah.
So that we see a pattern of it getting better.
Yep, and I agree, but it's gotta be all three. It's gotta-
Yes,
It can't just be the staff.
Right, I wouldn't argue that. I would say for all 3 of those areas, if
And
they're,
that would fall on Mike, then how are you gonna grasp that data?
how can we measure that with students?
Are you saying students, staff, and parents?
I'm saying that's the cusp of what we're getting at. That's the root. How do we try to grasp that?
How do we measure what we're?
For culture, we're talking about for culture.
We're measuring it with our student and parent and staff surveys.
Right.
So what do you want to see? That's the measure we're
You guys should
using.
do that now.
All I'm asking for is a positive increase. If it's 10% or if it's 0.5%, we can still discuss, well, why did it go up a little or a lot, but positive.
I'm okay with that. Let's make an amendment to the motion
I will make that amendment.
to the culture. So
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. Can you say
That should be easy to do if we're gonna do that. Should be easy to see.
What is the?
He wants a positive.
I just want positive.
So what is the amendment?
Those 2 words, positive
So-
improvement.
The motion was Matt Phipps made the motion and Matt Spalding seconded to vote on goals A, B, and C. And then Chris wanted it to be amended to say that the district goals would be SMART goals, correct?
I never amended.
That was never a motion.
I was asking questions.
The amendment would be to see positive growth on the quarterly assessment in
Culture.
in the culture, which would be based on,
3.
we can use this survey,
Sure.
correct?
Quarter results and the annual staff.
And then Matt
Seconded.
that.
Sure, I'll second. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because I believe that the spirit of what you're trying to get at is true and mean. And I understand it could be used as a weapon, but that's not what the intent is.
Yeah.
So I'm full-heartedly okay with that.
Okay, so the amended will say that staff and student, positive growth in staff and student culture.
Based on percentage. I mean, you've got to measure it, and that'll be based on.
I want the word parent in there. That's the third head.
And the parent survey, yeah.
Okay,
impact,
so
staff percentage, parents.
based on these 2 things,
Sorry, I don't want that. Biff, do you want that?
student impact and staff perception. Under student impact, the measurements are academic results, annual student perception survey, annual parent perception survey. And then under staff is a new quarterly staff perception survey and then the annual perception survey.
I understand we're doing, correct? Yeah. That it would be a positive, the increase would be positive quarterly.
The only thing that I think the annual parent thing, we maybe should increase that. I know that costs money and effort, but we can try to increase it.
One of the things, just you could get parent fatigue right now. You know, part of SFA solutions team is getting parents more involved.
Right.
So again, our strategies, I mean, it's like we're saying we should get something like SFA here and we'll be all set. I mean, as I'm listening to us, because SFA recognizes parents' engagement is very important, and so every school will have a committee, some already do. Okay, it's just gonna be system, and they give us material, try this, try that, but set data, set SMART goals are throughout SFA.
So I seconded it.
Can we just repeat the?
Can you read it back? Sorry, Lori.
Yeah, approve, repeat the amendments.
Positive growth on quarterly survey results for staff, student, and parent surveys.
That's good.
Everybody okay with it?
We're not setting a percentage. We're not saying it's got to,
Right.
we're just saying we want to see that positive.
We should just vote on it.
I think that's where we're at.
Right, is everybody in agreement with the amendment? Well, do we have, I should say, we do have the amendment clear? Do you feel like it's clear?
Positive growth on quarterly survey results for staff, student, and parent engagement surveys.
Okay, the only problem is they're not all quarterly.
Make them quarterly.
I think if we do that, we're gonna have some fatigue of filling these out.
Then make them annual.
Just traditionally, I believe the parent numbers are lower. So that was another caution, just, you know, you want to have a preponderance of folks filling out and giving feedback. So, you know, perhaps that one maybe set back annually versus the other two, because I think the other two, if you might get student fatigue in terms of, oh, they're asking me this again, and that would be a challenge, but you might be able to read into some of that too. But I think, you know, the staff, if they're knowing that it's part of our plan to improve that, may be eager to give you feedback. Because it's being measured for a purpose of improving our culture.
And SFA's intent is to raise parent engagement. That's another measure.
So my suggestion would be is that the goal is positive growth on staff and student culture measures. And then, you know, the detail here is really the strategy of what you're gonna collect. It's not the goal itself.
Right.
But that the items in here would be the things that we, you know, almost like under in here where it says SFA implementation, and then they gave us all the things they're gonna use. That's what these items are. So that the goal really only has to say, positive growth in staff and student culture measures.
Yeah.
I would make that amendment.
Well, clarification.
Well, clarification.
Positive growth in staff and student cultures. Did I get that right, Stacy?
Mm-hmm.
So we go,
Positive growth.
Well, let's start from the beginning. So there's a motion on the table to accept the district priority goals A, B, and C. But we clarified B to say, instead of just staff and student culture, to be staff and, positive growth in staff and student culture measures.
There, that's good.
That's fine.
That's good.
That's by Biff then? He's the amendment, or yeah, it doesn't matter?
I think
You could just do a friendly amendment
Yeah.
to add what you add.
it's a friendly.
Sure.
Okay. But the original was Biff and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as
Doesn't matter.
with what you said.
Are you friendly?
Yes. And I'd like to thank everybody for.
Are you sure you're friendly?
I'm hostile, I'm considered hostile, but.
That's my point to say I got mobile and hot stuff.
Okay, let's vote on it.
All right, all those.
Okay,
Better up front.
so we have a motion and a second. Anybody else want to discuss this anymore a little bit? Tony?
No, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of our three goals for this year, motion by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so then the other item under here is, and again, this doesn't have to happen today, but is there any motion or do we want to make any movement on the CISA 10 recommended contract?
I'll second.
Do we have a second?
Tony seconded.
Tony
Yeah,
seconded.
do that. Yeah, I'll vote for that.
Any discussion? All those in,
Is there any input? I only have two questions.
Yes.
One, when was the last time we did a survey like this of our facilities? Anybody know?
Who knows?
We're on a CISA 10 contract.
Not aware on record. I think it's been desired for very long.
Okay.
There's been nothing systematic, I mean.
And it's the feeling of the management team that we'll be getting more than the $65,000 cost in value by doing this.
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right, that's all I need to know.
Is this a recommendation from the superintendent and
Yes.
the administrative staff? Okay.
Yeah.
and Angela?
That's, you know.
Yeah.
Mike, Jim and Angela.
And the estimated cost is $65,000?
It's how much?
That is the proposed contract that you have. The attorneys have looked over this, so we're good to go with board approval.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Oh, Tony had a question?
Yeah, I was just curious when we would actually get it? If we, once you said go, how soon till we get it, a report on that?
Do we know how soon they would execute?
We're gonna schedule a meeting with them. We can get started as soon as we're able to start.
Completion time, how many months would they be looking in terms of?
Yes. They said by like early winter they would have, or, you know, the. bulk of the
Midwinter,
work.
we would have results.
That would be really good as we start planning long range.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're at a 10-minute break.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yep. Or do you guys want to keep plugging along?
No, take it.
Let's take a break. Okay. So can I have a motion, a second to go into recess?
Motion.
Second.
Second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are recessed for 10 minutes.
At least 7 or 8 hours.
Okay, so it is 8:07 and we are going to be back in session here. We're gonna move to the next part of our meeting, which is the 5-pillar KPI summary and history. And basically this is our dashboard. Our strategic plan and our dashboard, thank you. And so I'm going to turn that over to our executive team.
Sure. And thank you, Katie, for pulling it up. We're going to try to move through this one a little bit faster. Okay, so there's three parts of this. One is to show you a 2-page summary of where we're at in this development, and this will be something that we'll put on the webpage. The second thing, if you're looking at the strategic plan, the next section, which we will get to in a little later, we'll identify all the strategies that were listed in the strategic plan under these pillars. What we attempted to do is saying, where are we at? Now, remember, this is just launched, so you could expect that you really could reasonably expect that everything would have red because we're just kicking this thing off. Okay, you'll see differently, but the kind of the stop sign, type of, or the stoplight, in terms of green would mean that it's completed or now in process, that we do it all the time. Yellow means that we're working on it, but not yet to closure. In red would mean that we might be thinking about this, but we haven't necessarily launched anything. So we might be exploring some ideas. And then the last one, and with that, it would be if you have any questions, we wouldn't expect that you would because we're still loading some things in there. But if you did, the whole staff is here. But then the last one, all of our emphasis has been primarily on student achievement and culture. And so I asked Jamie, because while we were doing the strategic plan, you would charge me with, we're not waiting. We're just hoping that there's going to be, we're going to be on the same page and the stakeholders are going to agree with us in terms of how we're coming together. Same thing when Jamie come aboard, she was already seeing things that were missing, the curriculum alignment, in terms of, so she's going to highlight some of our work that touches on some of these stuff, but again, to bring us up to speed. So with that, I'm going to ask, so you'll see on 2 pages here, or 3 pages, in terms of how we kind of lay this out in terms of how we might display this, because we're not done yet, on our webpage. So not only for you, but for the public. So with that, I'm going to ask Lisa Sink, who is the architect of trying to reduce what we're thinking, to some visuals and how we might display this data. So Lisa, would you mind?
Sure. So currently on the Manitowoc School District website, there is a link to the full strategic plan that was released last winter. Very detailed. I forgot how many pages it is with all the detailed strategies. And at the end of that report was a 1-page summary of KPIs under each of the 5 pillars. And so what we're looking at is trying to put that on the website in a more graphically appealing view. And one of the drafts we have right now is this view of a lighthouse. We're also kicking around with our designer, taking the lighthouse off and instead doing the Lincoln Tower as the beacon. So this is draft and it may change, but the concept is just to have another appealing way for the public to look at our pillars. Possibly could get this printed as posters and have it in the school buildings and classrooms and the school offices as our North Star. These are the pillars that we're constantly striving for, so that when people visit the schools, they see them. They're front and center and they're on our website. So if you go to page, this just the cover pages shows the 5 pillars. And then the next 2 pages are that 1-page summary that I talked about was the end of the strategic plan document that was developed last winter. And this is still also in progress. We've linked in, look at the column. We've linked in baseline data where possible. So that's something that the public will be able to dive into if they want to see all of that data. Those links will be available to the public. And then we have an archive of going back to 2016-17. So we've got 6 years of data where possible, as much as that, to see the trend lines. some of the KPIs we're waiting to put metrics. Jamie could probably speak to this because we're waiting to do some of the SFA baseline data to then be able to, as you had just talked about in the last couple hours, what kind of goals are reasonable? You know, where do we want to see the growth in each of these things? Where do we want to see graduation rate going? You can see the 6-year trend data there. What do we want to set for a target for the next school year? So this is a kind of a more appealing way to look at it. We've also, as a team, talked about doing more of a dashboard and trying to make the SFA reporting more transparent to public, and working with our technology team on seeing what we can do about getting those.
Yeah, we really want to be highly transparent. You know, we're also thinking not only might we do district, you know, every school has their own webpage, I mean, their own little section. You know, there could be, you know, school data just for theirs. I mean, so all these things are what we're considering in terms of how to create as much transparency and something that invites everybody in, more stakeholders in to understand what we're doing, and hopefully we can leverage that to get them more involved.
Oh, it's okay. I'm not gonna look at it now.
So that's just kind of where we're at. I don't know if you have any initial thoughts on that. You know, we thought it was a great idea when Lisa was saying, what about if we put the tower in there? How would that look? You know, a picture of the tower, you know, and build in on you know, our icon here, you know, that, you know, so again, it's trying to create leverage by leveraging what people like. And so that's what we're doing. Obviously, we got a nautical theme here because of the shipbuilders and being in this area, but we're trying to make this really personal. And I would have to tell you, at some point in time, I'm looking in terms of, you know, the total rebranding in terms of a new logo. I think our current logo, and I don't know when it came in existence, is this little kiddish, you know, not the professional thing that I think could represent here in terms of where we're going. But that's still, it's going to take more work and more time, you know, to do that. But just to let you know in terms of what we've been discussing and working towards. So that's that. And if there's no questions there, I'd move us into the next document, which is, again, all the strategies that, you know, our consultant Brett had from interviewing everybody and then bouncing that off the board and talking with administration. These were strategies he's kind of extracted from us. And what we're doing, as I started, I was launching an improvement effort while we hadn't even gotten the strategic plan off the ground. And now we see just really a lot of commonality there, and we're just blending these things. But what we wanted you to know is kind of where are we at with these strategies, you know, that were listed, and where you might expect that there would be all red, you'll see some of these are already taken care of. And that was because we were already engaged in this. And so again, there's a little legend, and it's just a matter of letting you quickly see, oh, green, they're done with that, or yellow, you're in process, or red, you haven't even started, as we launch this strategic plan, because this is a launch. So that's just something and so I would say, if you have any questions, I've got the whole team here. Not that we won't have continued follow-up here, but I wanted to share with you what we're doing. Now, we could later on take this and break that column with the colors down there, and we could turn that into 12 months. And showing, you know, if we move from red to yellow, in a particular month, you know that we're moving something, and, you know, or all of a sudden the yellow goes to green, another thing done. So again, just trying to create visibles to help everybody understand what we're talking about, what we're involved in, and how we're doing. And so I guess I would open this up. Any thoughts or comments or questions?
I guess the items that are
so the strategies are in the left.
In progress or not started. Like what do we think about for like when we will?
Do you have an example?
Well, like improve student growth, close achievement gaps, and perform at or above the state mean for all Wisconsin public. And then we don't have a progress made / notes about kind of what we're doing, and then it's red. So I guess I'm wondering, like, when do we think, what's reasonable?
I would think it'd be reasonable into the.
Yeah, I just wanted to see.
above the
Well,
state
first of all,
average.
remember, putting this also in context, we're talking about 3-year plan here.
Right.
You know, so there's clearly, we're not trying to say that we're gonna accomplish all this, and this was what Brett had said are likely strategies you would be looking at and considering over a 3-year period of time. And we've just tried to give you some, you know, so we are gonna continue to look this, refine this, you know, figure out, is it communicating, do we need to make some modifications? What's not on here that maybe should be on here? I mean, what's happened right now is we've done, you know, Angela's saying, geez, I've looked at this one, it's got better metrics than we put in. I think these are more meaningful. You know, but you know, again, we'll work to transition that in because this is, in some ways, it's a launch and it's also a work in progress. In terms of we want to create the best system for engagement as we can. You know, so your feedback will be critical because you're, again, another sense of, you know, close to the administration here in the school and the public that elected you. But, you know, so we'll be looking for a number of vehicles in terms of, is this communicating? You know, we've always talked about metrics and an easy sign to be able to see, geez, are you making progress or aren't you?
It's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. Well, look how many pages there are, and you know, and this is which I really appreciate what you did when you did my evaluation. You decided that you had to have priorities into this next year. You couldn't have done anything better than to say, out of all this, what's most important this next year, and that's where we've already spent most of our time. Because if everything's priority, then we're not gonna achieve what we're intending to achieve.
Okay.
So now then the next item, if there's no questions there for right now, it's I wanted Jamie because most of this is all these pillars really should support the first two. And as you mentioned, that coherence model, it's all about, you know, student achievement, and that's in the instructional core, you know, student curriculum. So it's important that we never lose sight that that hopefully we'll spend more and more and more time on student achievement, less on operations and into the weeds. But that doesn't mean you won't be informed. So with this, I'm going to turn this over now to Jamie, you know, okay, Jamie, bring us up to speed some of the things that we've done from since you came on board and as you've engaged the team to where we're at.
So I'm changing my focus in the room. I'm not meaning to block you out, but I'm gonna sit here with my team because we're gonna present this together, okay? One of the things that I want you to know is that we didn't wait until July to get started on this work. And there's so many people who have contributed to it. Our department chairs, this team right here, myself, I'm trying to think of some others. Some of the leaders in the district from the past have also contributed to this work. And it's work that is so vital when you are looking for excellence in academic instruction. So I want you to know this is important work, and it's something that your teaching staff have said repeatedly they are grateful for, because when you don't have a defined curriculum, how do you know what success is? When you don't have defined measures or an assessment system, how do you know that you're growing? You might think you are, but you don't know for sure. And that's one of the things that the teachers, when I first came on board and I was asking staff about, tell me what you're teaching, they didn't really know. They were teaching what they thought they should teach, but no one had really clearly defined that for them. So with that, I'm gonna start. Katie can go to the next slide. So here was the state of the district. This was from a presentation that was done in February when we brought forward after doing an audit of the district. And so that audit showed all of these pieces that needed to be put into place, okay? When you're considering, I may have already covered this, when you're considering that you want a high achieving district, what that really means to me is we have to leverage every resource we have to go towards student academic needs. And by that, I mean, we have to have our business office on board with what we're doing. Our facilities have to support our teachers and what they're doing. We have to have a curriculum that supports. We have to have the materials that's supporting. We have to have professional development that is supporting. So that's all those systems that you have to have in place in order to build this school of excellence, okay? Go back one. She's always ahead of me. So the waste in the system, that's where we say that plan, do, check, adjust. We did that. If you'll remember, we looked at some of our contracts. We looked at some of the budget items that we had that we were spending year after year after year. Subscriptions that we weren't using. We were able to then bring back $90,000 into the budget that we were spending but not really using. Okay, to do that, I talked with our department chairs and said, if we can capture dollars, we can spend dollars. You know, so that's that.
Another area is apparel. We were buying a lot of apparel because that helped us feel good. But that was an expense and it's not our money.
Right.
I mean, money giving us necessarily that return.
The other thing that's really important for a high achieving district and the culture of the district is that everybody has the same focus, the same goals, and we all know we're supporting one another to get to that end goal. So next, Katie. All right, so here, this is my.
I get to go first. So I'm going to talk a little bit about preschool programs and over the last couple of years as a principal, one of the things a new theme that came up in our principal meetings was the kindergarten students were struggling. And we noticed that because of our data, our classroom assessment data, but also PALS data and then behavior data. So students that were coming to kindergarten not ready to learn were struggling in many ways. And through those conversations, I kind of started to think about some things that I knew I wanted to do. I'm really lucky that being at Riverview in the early learning, part of that I was around those 4-year-olds a lot and seeing our 4-year-old at Riverview mostly heading off to kindergarten ready to learn, so looking for that disconnect. When Jamie came on board, one of our very first conversations was about 4K and about students that weren't ready for kindergarten. So between collaborating with principals, talking with kindergarten teachers, I got a team of kindergarten teachers together just to brainstorm and think about some ideas from those conversations and brainstorming. We came up with some things that we're doing that we're very excited about. So, and you've heard about these things before. In this next school year, it will be the first time that we have 2 sections of all-day 4K being offered. I hope we can do more if the data proves out that that's making a difference for kids. And then we also we created an assessment, a screener for incoming kindergartners that we knew nothing about. So if you didn't attend 4K in MPSD, we don't know you, we're screening you as a kindergartner. And that screener helps the kindergarten teacher be ready to teach that student because we pass that information on. It also means we might recommend you go to transition kindergarten. So we worked very hard to develop a transition kindergarten program that will start this year. We're going to be offering 2 sections of that at Riverview. The targeted student for transition kindergarten is that very young student that barely qualifies age-wise to go to kindergarten. And in our screeners, and I did quite a few of them in the spring, and screening those little 4-year-olds and seeing and talking with parents, and they can see as they're sitting there with you that their child they're not capable of doing the work they need to be ready for kindergarten. So those are some of the things. I think the thing that I'm most excited about is for the first time ever in Manitowoc, all of our 4-year-olds, whatever 4K program you're in MPSD, you are getting exactly the same curriculum. The curriculum is aligned. They're all using SFA. It's called Curiosity Corner. So those kids are all getting the same thing. So every one of our kids going into kindergarten next year from MPSD will walk in the door with that same experience. And that has not happened before. So we're very excited about that.
I just have a question about, and I haven't read, it's probably a headline and maybe one article about how one of the things we've tried to do to catch people to sort of solve the problem of why our kids aren't doing well kindergarten, first, second is let's start earlier and earlier and earlier. And some of the articles are saying that because we are starting these sort of structured rather than play exploration, things like that. So you guys know what I'm talking about, right? And it's now we've created test, analyze to such young people that this play and exploration, what I probably had at YMCA or whatever, that's not happening. So what do you guys feel about that? And because I think of all day kindergarten and I think, wow, right? I mean, that's a lot, that's totally different than, I don't even think that was offered when I was a kid. But I mean, just what do you guys think about that? Is there any, should we be watching that? Is there any merit in that? And what do we think is gonna happen?
I do, yeah, I think SFA's Curiosity Corner is play-based. The morning is, they start right out in play centers. They do have time where they come to the carpet and have some whole group time and stories read and games that they play. Everything is done through play. It is more play-based than even what we were doing this last year. And last year they were making some good progress and they were doing play-based learning, but this is really strategic play-based learning with centers. And I think our all-day 4K students are gonna have SFA in the morning, so they're gonna have a similar programming. But then by the time that you put in some more play centers even for them. So, and the kindergarten, the kindergarten program is very play-based. It's different from what we've been doing. So with our reading and writing curriculum, we've really kind of pushed kids into writing a story, sitting down and reading a book in a less playful way. And so SFA is bringing play back to kindergarten classrooms in a really exciting way.
Okay.
Sort of today from the bottom, I'm very proud to be a member of this district with you guys and what you've done with the 4K program. It's amazing. I'm so just excited for all the students. It's amazing how there was a void and you guys jumped in there. And Jamie, I'll toot your horn. You've negotiated contract with other facilities as well. You saved the district even more money, which we've talked about in the past, but thank you very much for doing those changes that needed to be done. I know you guys got flack for it. At the same time, I'm so proud to be in the same team as you guys. And it's not easy. And my comment was gonna be before you started talking, Jamie, is how do we, some people say that, well, you guys must have drank the Kool-Aid because you're a part of this. And I'm so proud of how you guys are doing it and what you're doing for our children, that I don't care what people think. And I know a lot of you don't either, because you're doing what's in your heart and what's right. And you ain't gonna get a pat on the back more than maybe just right now me saying thank you, but it's a selfless job and you're doing it. And the future will be very good. It is, because.
Jeez, Matt, you're gonna make me cry.
It takes years before you get to see the results that you get to do, and you just did it like that. And you had the board support, but this is what it takes. It takes the fear of your job to go do what you think is right and be okay with knowing where you were at, the state of affairs, and how you're gonna improve it. And you're not spending more money. Yes, we have SFA, but you analyzed your budget and you're gonna make more. That's the money side. I'm talking about the kids that now are gonna be more apt to be ready with a transitional course. And truthfully, I wasn't ready for my son to start kindergarten this year, so I'm gonna keep him home because of the education he got. And I know you know, Heidi, but I'm very confident that I wanna make sure that we have a future that we can have our children in the district in the future because of what's happening. And it's gonna take time, I know, but you're doing it. So if my words mean anything, I'm so thankful for being a part of this team with you guys. So I know it's hard.
Thank you. Lisa, did you want to say?
I was just gonna piggyback that the board has had some concerns in the past about open enrollment and your numbers in that arena. And I think this is definitely something you should tout as a distinguishing factor from other districts in the area. And I'm already envisioning doing video around open enrollment time, highlighting all the kindergarten offerings.
Last thing I'll say, the good, the bad, the ugly. The one problem I did hear through the whispers was if the children that are gonna go in the transitional course because they're misbehaving. So we need to somehow, and I know we shake our heads, because it's true, but that's the whispers that got thrown at my family, saying, don't put your son or daughter in the transitional course because they're gonna be with a bunch of troublemakers. So.
Definitely not the case.
I know, but that's what I'm I'm honest and I'm saying that that's what's happening. So we need to combat that as a team. So that's all, we need to fight that down with the truth.
Heidi, I've been reading stuff about the real becoming apparent crisis with boys in education. And, you know, we kind of have a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. And the literature that I've been reading says boys are usually two years behind girls. So, you know, you were saying, well, let's start them earlier. But I think that the thing is that what Matt did, I mean, it sort of segues with what they're doing in Scotland, is that they're starting boys 2 years after the girls start. And the reason is because there's, you know, just the lack of maturity. I mean, I saw it in my own son.
August 15th.
You know, and I would guess, I don't know if you made any observations like that, but I would guess in the 4K thing, that would be the time to start to address that, to tailor the play, tailor the curriculum, so that boys are treated slightly different than girls, so that they're allowed to sort of, I mean, I'm not proposing anything at this point, but I'm just observing that it's a pretty well-defined problem right now, all over. And the only advanced country that's dealing with it at all is not Finland, which has the best educational system in the world, but they're doing stuff about it in Scotland really seriously. So I don't know what we, you know, it's not my profession.
It's a good thing for us to keep an eye on, though.
Yeah.
Because maybe what we need to do is some type of a takeoff of the class, or training for our teachers and how do you educate little boys? And I'm saying, I'm just putting them all in one pot, knowing that they don't all fit in that same pot.
They don't all, yeah.
But there is a definite difference when you're an early childhood teacher.
Yeah.
And the difference in what the boys are going to produce and what most of the girls are going to produce, and how beautiful the pictures are going to be that the girls draw, and how done the boys are.
Yeah, right.
Done with that. I need to go outside. And it doesn't mean one is brighter than the other, it means they have a different way of giving you input.
Recess was the holy grail.
Yeah.
I will never like you again.
Yeah, so we're gonna move on because we have a lot of things to cover.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So we did preschool, now we're going over. Yep.
So you're familiar with this, but one of the things that the office did was, starting this past school year even, was taking a look and doing an audit of our curriculum, really making sure that we know what's being taught at every level. We have to know that in order to know, you know, it's the think, plan, do, act, right? And so we have to know where we're at in order to make changes. So seeing that we were lacking in a system here was something that was pretty much realized right away. So if you look at this document, what it really shows is just an example, and you have this, and what you can see along the bottom tabs are really just the different curricular areas in the district. And on each page, it shows where they're at with their curriculum. One of the distinguishing pieces on here that I'll show you that what the district used to help determine what to do with this is they had an end goal in mind, which is how do we create a system to evaluate our curriculum on a regular basis, in so that we're making adjustments of what's best practice in every area, so that we always have what best curriculum is in front of our kids. And we need to do that, though, in a way that's sustainable, both financially and with our experts figuring out what the plan should be. So if you take a look at it, you'll see that document, which looks very nebulous from this distance. There's a red line through it. So what that red line is that is the planned year in which the state of Wisconsin is going to take a look at ELA standards again. So with that information in mind, once all of this was, you know, fleshed out and we had it in all of these different areas, if you want to switch that, yeah, so in the end, this is was the end result. The end result is a rotation. It's a 6-year rotation where every curricular area will do their own assessment of what they have in terms of their curriculum, and is there better out there based on the new standards that the state comes out with, so that we're continually looking at the curriculum and how to make sure we have the best in front of kids. The piece that I think is really important is that this is also a financially sustainable way to do things, because you have money set aside for each of those areas, not all at once, right? But every couple of years. And so with our textbooks and things, it won't be so haphazard. It'll follow a system that really is looking at what the best is in each area.
I think it also, doesn't pick winners and losers, right?
Right.
I mean,
Everybody's on it.
why does math get this and why doesn't science get this? It gives everybody that all your areas are important that we need to review.
The other thing that you can look at is it's spread out so that when we do like an adoption, that it's not too impactful on an individual set of teachers. So if I picked ELA, math, and social studies in the same year, your elementary teachers are going to have 3 curriculums, 3 different professional development. And so this is spread differently, so it's not like that. And every year when we get this $2 million allocation from the budget office or so, we will be able to support that ongoing, so.
Who does the evaluation? Who's on that team doing it?
Our department leaders organize an effort to take a look at what's out there. There's a, similar to the process that we would use to adopt a book, you're gonna look at it through the same lens of adopting an entire curriculum. And at the, speaking from the secondary lens, it is sometimes a book, but you're looking at 2 or 3 different things that, comes back with really solid reviews. Then we have our teams, probably like a PLC-based team, if we're looking at like English 9, for example, they would be the ones to review that curriculum, take a look at what those reviews are, but also like, how does this fit, what we believe to be the best practices moving forward too. So it does involve our staff in a very, very meaningful way of making sure that they're driving sort of that review process. We're there to help get them the things they need to do it. And I think you're gonna see this over and over around this circle is the distributed leadership piece of really trusting those professionals who are our department leaders and our building principals to make those decisions. We give them the tools to make it, they make it. And that I think will only improve the level of efficacy that they have around the success. And as, like you pointed out, Biff, like during the last discussion, we pretty much probably should see increases because success begets success. And so we get off the ground moving in the right direction. Those numbers should all flow through. And it's the same with our efficacy of our staff as it involves the decisions that they're making in terms of the curriculum that we have in place for our kids.
I would also like to identify here, though, that we are also very much interested in understanding where the trends are going. As an example, I shared with you an article in terms of the blow up in California right now, who tends to lead, and why they tend to lead is because they're the major textbook buyer. And so that tends to then direct. So you have traditional instructional methodology, as we might be more familiar with, and you have sometimes more theory, which is constructivist in terms of kids need to figure out this more on their own, with some help from us. Lucy Calkins, if they love it, they're just going to learn it, we'll just give them some other, and we have to understand, with our open eyes, in terms of really understanding pros and cons with where trends might be going, so that we don't get caught again with a Lucy Calkins type thing.
I'm gonna piggyback off of that if you mind, Stacy. Weren't we doing that in the past? Were we doing that exact process in the past? I'm kind of asking.
I don't know. Our review process?
The review curriculum, wasn't there a mechanism in place doing the exact same
The
thing?
process might have been the same, but it certainly was not systematic. It's kind of why we have textbooks for social studies that are 22 years old. So there was no system in place to have all of these things reviewed. We would never want to shortchange the professionals. I mean, he knows so much more about social studies than I even care to know, right? So I think when it comes to that piece, we need to do it. But we also need to have people at the table that are gonna pull data and challenge our experts in saying,
That's kind of.
but your data's going down, so you're not fine. What's happening here?
We should have been much more involved in Lucy
A
Calkins.
mechanism that doesn't follow the trend because it's the most popular. We somehow
Right.
have to bridge that, because everybody's telling you, yeah, you should do, yeah, but really, you can say the data, but that's what we're relying on, and I bet they were relying on the same thing in the past, so I'm just
I
kind
think
of.
in the past, a lot of the folks are looking at how much does it cost? Do we have enough money to purchase this?
Sure.
And we're gonna put that aside, and we're gonna look at what is the best curriculum we can buy, and then what will our return on investment be? And we're gonna pick the best curriculum that gives us the best return on investment. We may not pick the top curriculum because it's 2 times as much. We might pick the one that's right under it and then supplement it. Right?
Or have the foundation raise some money for us.
Foundation, so I'm not sure what this part is. Let's read the circle first, Katie. Go back to the. Sorry. So the next part that we want to talk about is one of the systems that was missing was the assessment system that we've been talking about quite a bit this evening. And we had one, we had it purchased. It cost us, memory serves me right, it was like $70,000. It was right in that range, Star.
Maybe a little bit higher, but you're real close, yeah.
It's right in that range. The problem with it is only one school was giving it, and it wasn't systematic. They were just giving it randomly, even though we had licenses across the board, right? So we had a team come together. We brought in a school psychologist. We brought in Katie. We brought in early childhood, all these different people to talk about, is there something that can span pre-K through 12 that's nationally normed that we believe would be a good assessment? We pulled 3 different assessments. We looked at all 3, and then you adopted FastBridge. So that's part, okay, you can bring it in. So the Success for All is one way we're going to have a system. So that is more of the curriculum base. The FastBridge, which is right below that, is a nationally normed. And then the third piece of it that we're going to be looking at that you don't have, Katie's thinking, oh no, is the forward exam. And when we look at the forward exam, we're not going to look at the report card. And here's why. The report card is a 3-year rolling average. We want to know, how did we do this year? We will look at trends, but we're going to look at the actual scores that come out of forward to see, do these things align? What's off? Is this a predictor? Is it not? What do we need to do to make this assessment predict? And here's what I mean by that. Sometimes you can get a nationally normed assessment. I'm most familiar with NWEA. I know that in order to pass the Michigan test, the predictor is really 60% proficiency in the area of math for NWEA, not 50%, right? So we're going to do all those calculations so we know that going in. This is our predictor, this is our goal.
And that's how we make sure that it never happens again, that we don't have a mechanism being used district-wide, so it doesn't fall to the wayside again. That's great.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause
Yeah.
if you have that assessment, you're saying
Yeah.
you're gonna be at 60%, then if you don't have that 60%, red flags will come up saying, hey, why aren't we meeting that? Instead of we subscribe to it for 5 years, and all of a sudden I retire, and then we don't do it because we wanna save money the next year, and then we don't have any real apples to apples anymore.
Right.
Because what I'm wanting is to make sure this is in place long-term, not just a couple years, and then we fall to the wayside.
And really, I didn't put it on there, but I should put the assessment piece on that review cycle. So that in the 6 years, we take a look at it and say, is this assessment still meeting our needs? Because we're paying quite a bit of money for it. Okay? All right, I'm not sure what the next one is. Teacher professional development aligned to the goals of the district.
And so, whether I was a teacher or principal or now, I always had 2 questions. Do I have the tools and resources necessary to do a good job? And I think we've learned that there's curriculum, and then there's the tools and things that support that. But also, am I learning and growing? And I think you know, we've had a lot of conversations, and I've heard you have some, about retention and keeping the best and brightest with us. What I'll tell you is the best and brightest want to learn and grow. And so when we have professional development that's quality, relevant, and aligned to our mission, vision, and values, that will be a welcome sent thing to them. I can only give you just even 2 recent examples of just things that we've looked at. Last week, I mean, we have a new slate of principals, you know that. Last week, our team, in a collaborative effort, brought them in and just said, hey, what do you need? Like, what do you need to know? Were there some policy, practice, and procedure stuff? Yes. But they need to have the tools, knowledge, and information ready to hit the ground running. The rubber hits the road with SFA like, you know, day yesterday. So how do we make sure that they have what they need? You know, this is our goal. You know, remove barriers to success, provide them with the information, knowledge, and each other, with building a collaborative team. One of the topics we talked about is, you know, in order to be effective in leadership, you have to be able to build trust, you have to be able to communicate, you have to be able to build systems, and you have to be able to hold folks accountable. There's no supermen or women administrators that can do all 4, likely. They all have strengths, though. So one of the things we did was a little bit of a self-inventory that says, hey, which of those 4 things are you the best at? And guess what? There was somebody's name from our principal group on all 4 of those things. So guess what? Now when we have an issue and we have to think through the lenses of those 4 things that are vitally important to improving culture, according to Dr. Anthony Muhammad in his new book with Luis Cruz, says these things have to be aligned. And I only say that because Luis Cruz is one of my favorites. But the point is, tomorrow, another thing, we're doubling down on our investment in people. We hired a bunch of new folks through the leadership of the HR department and buildings. They have to feel from day one that they're being taken care of. So tomorrow, we're having a couple hours training our mentors. And what we've done is we've said, frankly, our mentor program has gotten watered down over the years. And it hasn't been as specific, in my opinion, with the expectations of what a mentor really needs to do. So we've beefed that up. And all mentors want to know how to do it is a good job. What does it mean to be a good mentor? So we're gonna go through some activities, have them really tell, you know, the first question tomorrow is, who was your best mentor and what was their best characteristic? We've got those characteristics up on the board. We can start applying them to the things that we're teaching them and how to support the teachers. We have a month checklist. Here are topics that you should talk about logistically. Here are some topics that you should talk about instructionally. And it's based on the school year. So it's gonna give them a playbook to be successful. All our mentors want our knowledge to, the way, path, playbook to be successful. In addition, you know, we're talking about distributed leadership. The department chairs are going to be elevated to the point where they're leading professional development district-wide that align with our goals. They're becoming more empowered to help us reach them. That's an important piece that I think is to make the point of, is that as everyone's efficacy levels goes back to success begets success once again. All this keeps coming back to the same thing. Lastly, I'll say.
Can I interrupt you for a second? So one of the things that we did was we looked at our CISA contracts and we saw that we were contracting out for a number of things that we actually have the capacity to do. As a district of 5,000, if we don't, we have to build it, right? We can't just keep paying for it. So we took those contracts back and enabled our department chairs, plus put some money into what types of materials do you need, all at a neutral cost.
Well, that was what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry.
But that's okay, we're
I
done.
thought you were moving on from that. I thought that was important.
No more chairs.
I've been spending way too much time.
Communication.
I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
Okay, what's our next one? Resources aligned with district priorities. So this is a thing that what you're going to see here is taking the resources that we have in curriculum and instruction and making sure that we're investing the dollars where they need to be invested. So we're not purchasing apparel. What we're doing is purchasing materials that our teachers need in order to impart the curriculum. To do that, we've made some alignments and made some estimates in the lines too. Like, we know that our writing curriculum is probably going to cost us about $50,000. So we made sure that we allocated that dollar amount there. So we're not coming and asking for more money. It will come out of curriculum and instruction. All the way down different areas. And then we came up with an excess of about $80,000. That doesn't include the $50,000 that I put aside for the incidental things that might come up, but we had $80,000. So when we met with department chairs, we asked them, what do you need? It's really one of the first times that they've said they've ever been asked, what do you need? They've been given money before, like an allocation of $2,000, but not really, what do you need as a department? Department chairs went back, they talked to the teachers within the department. What are the areas that you think you need? And I want you to rate them. Red means you need them right away, you have to have them to teach. Yellow means, boy, this would really make my life a lot easier. And green means this would be a pure pleasure, right? We will be, and here's an example of that. So that one's social studies, I think the department. And you can see that they have the red, the yellow, and the green. We will meet again together as department chairs at the end of this month to allocate those $80,000 in resources. Not everyone's going to get all their needs met. We will do everything we can to meet the red. And then we're going to try very hard to meet some of those yellows as well. But making sure that each department is supported in the materials that they need to do the job we're asking them to do.
Jamie, how was it done 2 years ago when you got on board? If you were,
When I came on board
how was it?
here,
Yep.
there wasn't a system in place.
For allocations of wants or needs?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
What I heard was, if you need something, ask Angela.
Yeah,
That's what
that.
I heard that
remember
repeatedly. So we're trying to take Angela, you know.
I remember going through that process and getting nothing because I taught history. Whereas the science people got all sorts of stuff and the music department got, wanted a music hall and year after year, I got nothing, So I think a little bit of sprinkling it around might be a good thing.
And keep in mind, Carrie, that that's what some of your folks are saying now, but they're also in that review cycle. So when they come up through the review cycle, which is social studies this year and science, elementary and high school this year, they're going to get additional resources then, with their curriculum resource.
Well, I would guess with 22-year-old textbooks, it's about their turn.
It is.
Yeah.
How do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There was a philosophy back when I was a student was, if the department head gives you money, you have to spend it or you're gonna lose it. Have we killed that philosophy or is that still status quo?
You
Or
know
are we
what?
working
I
on trying to?
think by having the list of priorities and funding that priority list, we already know they're going to spend it, right? So really what I will be doing is working really hard this year to find more resources so that I can keep checking away at those lists.
Jamie, how do we know, and again, this is, I guess, an accountability question, is how do we know that the resources being purchased are in line with curriculum and things that have already been established by the district?
We have a list of them because they're turning their priorities into us.
Okay.
And in time, I mean, this is our first run through with these department leaders. In time, what you will find is they'll check each other. Because they're all trying to lobby for the same dollars.
Got
it. And they'll hold each other accountable, and you'll also see some of them will say, well, you guys haven't gotten anything for a while, so here. I mean, it really is a very nice cooperative way to do the work. The problem is there's so much pent up need.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to try to temper that until we can get through some of that need.
Are you saying we're gonna have to go see Angela?
We're gonna have to ask Angela.
I love the processes. I mean, it's difficult it's been challenging to have, I call them moving targets, and a fun term I call, by the way, budgeting, like, by the way, we need, so I really appreciate all the work that the student learning office. I mean, all around the district, we've really started to aim more towards a focused process, and it just helps so much. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move on, then we're at increased student achievement. So Katie, this is yours.
So here's some data that gives a projection of the last, including this current year, which is not typically in WISE-Dash, but because we have enrollment numbers based on our counts, we do have some accurate data from this past school year. So this takes a look at our enrollment of students without disabilities, our enrollment of students with disabilities, and then the percent. The top blue is Manitowoc Public School District. The green box is the state of Wisconsin. And then below gives a breakdown about our percent of students that are identified as having disabilities, and then what impairment areas that they specifically are identified as having. So in looking at this data and then working with our leadership team, you know, having an 18% population of students with disabilities out of our total enrollment is a significantly too high number. The state average is about 14% and has been pretty consistently. We would like our numbers to more accurately reflect that. Typically, when we're talking about having an incidence of students with disabilities in a population, it should make up about 10% of the student population. So even that 14% is a little high, but our goal for the next school year will be to decrease our rate of students with disabilities in our district by about that 2 to 4%, realistically trying to get closer to that state average. You know, in looking at the root cause of this, you know, one, educators have huge hearts and want to support students. And because we've had a lack of good quality intervention systems in place, and we've not necessarily given our teachers the tools and resources to really know how to identify a skill deficit and intervene in a systematic way, we haven't had a lot of other options other than looking to special education to be a way that we can support that student to find success in the educational setting. We also have found through some root cause analysis that we're holding on to some kids a little bit too long. Specifically in our speech and language impairment area, we have a number of students who are on consultation, receive consultation services that are quarterly or even monthly. And the goal of any special education program is to create an independent student who has the tools that they need to be successful in the general setting. So again, because we have giant hearts and we don't want our kids to fail, sometimes we hold on to kids a little bit too long because we're afraid of what happens when we pull back that support. But with really good intervention systems in place and tools that educators need to be great interventionists when we're identifying those skill deficits, we can help those kids become more independent. So what we need to do then is also improve our comprehensive evaluation strategies. So we have a ton of new educators coming into the district, and there's criteria for identifying a student with this disability is twofold. One, you need to meet the criteria for a various impairment area. Sometimes that means you've worked through some interventions in order to see if we're making progress based on some targeted interventions, and you need to have a need for specially designed instruction. Because we don't necessarily have people that have been trained in the diagnostics of what it takes to interpret assessments and really conduct a comprehensive evaluation of our students. We sometimes have students that we're not having great conversations about whether or not this really is a need for special education, really is a need for specially designed instruction. So we need to improve our teachers' ability to conduct those comprehensive evaluations and get them the tools and resources and professional development to do that. So a couple things we're going to do. Is we're going to look at our speech and language referrals. I met with the team today. We introduced our new teammates, which was amazing, and they know that we are going to be having evaluations in order to dismiss students that are ready. And those can be challenging conversations with teachers, those can be challenging conversations with families. But they are equipped and ready to do that, ready to celebrate the success that that student has made and celebrate the fact that those students are able to find success more independently. Next, we're gonna look at our OHI numbers. OHI, because of changing criteria and SLD and EBD, has become a little bit of a dumping ground. It's kind of a catch-all. It stands for other health impairment. It's a little bit of a catch-all impairment area in the state of Wisconsin, too. You can see the state's numbers in OHI are crazy high. We used to have a worksheet that would facilitate some evaluation conversations. So we're gonna bring that back. Again, it just really helps us focus on what the student needs and if it's really that need for specially designed instruction. And then last, we're gonna support our students in our EBD population, which is one of our highest percentages and significantly higher than the rate of EBD in the state of Wisconsin. Pretty excited actually about our K-8 Success for All implementation. The majority of special education referrals take place at that elementary level. So having students engaged in a curriculum that's more at their ability level, having a really systematic tutoring and intervention system that aims to intervene before the problem gets too big and bad, that aims to intervene before we would go to a special education referral, gives teachers strategies for effectively managing their classroom, provides a social emotional curriculum as part of the whole school reform. All of those are great things, will help build the capacity of our teachers so that they have what they need to be able to meet the needs of our most challenging students and hopefully keep that down. So those are our three things we're going to do to work to reduce that rate of special education in our district. It was a lot of fast.
I know you did very good.
A lot of fast talking, sorry.
Thank you. So you believe those three things, a lack of systems, too long in the program, and improve teachers' ability, we weren't doing those in the past as effective as a district?
I think we can focus more. I don't think it was an intentional.
I understand.
Yeah, but I do think, like, from my observation and our root cause analysis with the leadership team, those are the three things that we need to really focus on and improve our efforts on, yeah.
You articulated that very, very nicely. It's a hard topic to talk about.
Actually, I don't know what you guys have been doing. I don't think this is enough.
We're not done yet, but wait, there's more.
Yeah, really.
Oh my God. There's more, yeah. So the other thing that I shared with a couple of you, I pulled you aside and I said, okay, this is what we're thinking, what do you think? And we're calling it the Curriculum Transparency Project. And our goal with this is to make sure that everyone has access to the curriculum. That includes new teachers, that includes parents, should they want to see it, principals, when they're going in there. So Katie, can you click on that? This is our beginning. We've only begun on it. Our deadline is October, but we will have this completed by October. Again, I want you to realize that there's been a lot of different people who have added to this. Our department chairs came in, met with me. I showed them the forms that we would like to use. I've contracted out with a service provider that I used to work with who does this type of work, who's incredible, who's working with our team right now to put it together. So go back one slide, Katie. Okay, so what you'll see, and it's not gonna be on the web yet, but it will be by October, is we will break down, I'm thinking this is not the slide I'm thinking of. Maybe back one more. Okay, right there, it's the top that I was missing. Okay, so we will break it down with elementary K-5, middle school 6-8, and then the high school 9-12. So in each of these areas, if we teach the class, we will have curriculum that people will be able to see, okay? So let's look at a few examples, and I'm picking ones in particular, so don't say, can you click on that one, because it might not be filled, okay? So this is science, 6th grade, and we had Kevin Keel helped out with this work. But you'll see over on the left-hand side are the list of each of the 6th grade units of study. You see the scope and sequence that's there. Back one, Katie, go back one. sorry. You'll see across the mapping of, we're gonna teach this in September, this in October and November, this is in December and January. So I know if I'm gonna take a big, long vacation and my child's gonna be with me all of September, they're gonna miss light and matter. Okay, now let's click on that. So light and matter, this is what we're asking of all of our students to know by the end of this unit. If you go down, you'll see that there are resources for our teaching staff. All the way down, it will talk about how are we gonna know what's the performance indicator going to look like? So what's that assessment at the end of the unit going to look like? And in time, when we find there are areas that the board feels is a little controversial, we will put a star on this so that our teachers are aware that there's a certain something or something they have to add to it. But this will be all-inclusive. It'll be one place where our teachers, because we have a lot of new staff, can go to find the curriculum. Okay? So let's take a look at, let me see which one. Let's go to math at the high school level, Algebra 1. I did that on purpose because I know it's there. Okay, so this is what our Algebra 1 teacher has done. She's given us the scope and sequence. The units are on the side. Again, if you click on one of those on the left-hand side, Katie, yep, you'll see the same exact format so that teachers get used to, this is what the format looks like. Okay? When we're working in this, we close, oh, it's the next, okay. You can get out of that. Okay. This is our Gantt chart of when we're expecting to have things done. So if you look into, where are we now? August, look down, you'll see those are the things that we've already completed. And then going forward, what we have left to do. Okay? This is something that you will never see. It's a behind the scenes. It's where we house all of the curriculum. But it's important that you know it's there because we will open these documents up in June and July for our department leaders. Give us feedback. What adjustments do we need to make? We close them back before school starts so that everyone sees the exact same thing. We don't want people going in and making changes mid-year. Okay? So this is the check, do, adjust system that you're seeing. Okay? I led right into that. The one thing that we want to make sure that you understand is nothing is perfect out of the gate. There will be mistakes that are made. But if we wait for perfection, we will never take off. So it's plan, do, we check it, and we adjust it. And then we move back through. The same thing will happen with all of the data sources that we are currently going to be using. Performance management, are you taking that? Am I taking it? I think we've already addressed it earlier.
I think we have addressed it, absolutely.
Yeah, so the performance management is the piece that we talked about earlier with the quarterly meetings, where the building team talks to the building staff, works with the building staff, the building leadership team works with central office. You'll be invited to those meetings. We have to make sure that there's not more than 2 of you at each one. But you will get to sit there and ask questions too. What more do you need? Because we want our building leadership team to understand we are all one. We are a district and we are all working for the same goals. Okay, it is not us against them or, you know, it's all one, which I think is going to help with our culture. Okay? And then the central office and board will do a report out for you quarterly that will encompass all of the buildings, so a district report. You'll see that. Okay. Any questions?
Well done.
Yeah,
Well done,
very
team.
well done. That curriculum transparency is just,
Going to be amazing.
what a delivery. I mean, people asked for that. And you not only did it, you just elaborated like crazy. It's gonna be there. That's just amazing.
What it's gonna take time though, 'cause it's gonna take time. They presented the brand new curriculum that we just approved that's online.
Right.
And then they use Bridges, which we approved last. So it's gonna take time to get all the other subjects, when they come up for review, or the teachers, the heads are gonna have to get all the curriculum together. It's probably not gonna come paper-based. So it's gonna take time, unless we buy a new curriculum.
October.
I'm just saying, it's gonna take time, which is good. I'm not-
Yeah, one of the issues that I do see, Matt, you're right, like science, for example, science at the elementary level, when I started asking teachers, what are you using? Some people are using an online subscription to teach science. Some people are using FOSS kits to teach science. And there was Discovery Ed, I think, was the other one. And I didn't pull any of those back because I don't have a replacement for them yet. So they have to be able to have something, even though I know in my heart, like, but we'll get to work on that and we'll put something in place.
There's a
And
roadmap to success now.
yeah,
You know, I need to highlight also in terms of one of the things that I said when I first started, and we started working together, was to keep the main thing, and to eliminate distractions. You know, you notice that Jamie identified controversies, you know, and that we'll be flagging these. We don't want to have any surprises. It's something we just deal with. It's a matter of fact type item, but it's not gonna be easy getting there because there are issues out there. But, you know, this is about making informed decisions and making sure that parents know what we're doing, and this transparency will all lead to there. The transition is still gonna be hard because the way it might be perceived. But it's a matter of just making a matter of fact. How do we understand this? You know, from a parent's perspective as well as a instructional perspective.
One of the things that, you know, that I've always wanted for our district is, you know, and I think we're getting there, but what happened, unity, right? You know, like I wish we didn't have mascots at every one of our schools. I get why we do it. I'm not saying we get rid of it, but, you know, I want us all to be shipbuilders somehow, right? Because that's our path. Well, my question with relation to this is what happens when, especially with the middle schools, right? I mean, I was a product of the Wilson, Washington, we hate you across the pond, right? Or across the road.
River, I think it was River.
Whatever. But, so when we talk about courses offered, you know, there's,
It's a good one.
I mean, I don't remember it when I was a student. I just didn't pay attention to it. But I know now as an adult and hearing students talk about, well, why do they get this and we don't get this? How are we?
Really, that was true?
Oh, yeah.
that is such a great question. And Stacy, I mean, I am excited to tell you this. So, very similar thing is happening right now in tech ed, right? Wilson has this rock star tech ed teacher that's coming in. I mean,
This rockstar one?
superstar, tech ed.
Oh, yeah.
Calls me right away, hey, can I come in and do summer curriculum work and da-da-da, and I'm like, yeah, hello, come in. We don't have a teacher. However, the message has been very clear. You're gonna share department leadership, because we already have a department leader. You're gonna share it. One person's at Washington, one's at Wilson. They gave me a list of things that they needed for the shop. They absolutely needed them. We set that aside, $40,000 investment to be shared. So what you order for one, you order for the other. Because we are going to develop a high-class tech ed system for both. It shouldn't be at one site and it shouldn't be at the other site.
Totally agree.
It's gotta be at both.
How do you do that with how we in the past have dictated with enrollment? If one school doesn't have enough enrollment to offer the class,
We have to get creative because there's nothing that says we can't Zoom in for a class. I do it all the time, you know? So how do we offer that class for these 9 students that don't have a teacher? We can put an assistant in the room. We Zoom in, or we have this teacher travel.
Right, I love
This
it.
group is online 2 days a week and this group is online 3 days a week.
I get it.
But what we can't do is create inequity.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I get you. My daughter's in Washington. There's always a, why do they get this?
No.
Do this though, is to retirement, so you actually were able to clear the slate now. So, you know, it's harder when there's an established teacher and so it's good. that-
We just set the expectations differently, Matt, and it's not harder. It's just set the expectations and then provide the support for it. Teaching I have not met a teacher who doesn't want to do well. It's who they are by nature. I know.
I'm just saying that it's good that we have a clear slate now, that we can restart. Otherwise, there's always home ownership that
Yeah.
is established.
My
That's been-
program.
So I
Yeah.
understand, I'm not trying to rain on the parade, I'm saying it's good that it was a new start.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm pretty excited about that, and we've talked with the administrators in the building about, this is a district, you work for a district, not a building, so.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's all we have. Is that our last
that's all.
slide? Yeah.
Nice job.
That's good.
Very exciting. Did we do workforce engagement? Yes. Okay. All right, so I just want to ask a question here. You know, we're at 9:20. We do have to do a closed session, but we also have this whole extra section about establishing board superintendent in our strategic partnership. And this is a very important piece. I don't want to gloss over it. I don't want us to be too tired. Just a suggestion. How do we feel about possibly either having an extra meeting this month and tackling this? I'm happy to plug through too, but it's important, and I don't want, I just wanted to, I want to maximize what you think we're at. So I'm just asking for suggestions, or I'm willing to do whatever.
Well, I think this will take a lot of talk.
If.
And I think if we have a meeting just on this, we can maybe hammer it out. But I think tonight it's like,
Yeah, that's a lot.
oh my God, it's a little bit too heavy lift.
That's another hour right there.
Yeah.
I'm with Carrie on that, and we still got
A little bit to go.
Can we tack it on to another shorter?
I mean, there's a lot of controversy in this one, I think, but.
That would make more sense, because then we're gonna be more focused rather than.
I agree, that's a big comment.
So what if we do this? How would everyone feel if we, our second meeting of the month, we start again at 5, we usually have a shorter business meeting anyway, and that we focus on this. How would everyone feel about
Yeah,
that?
keep the other part of it,
Yeah.
pretty thin.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do you think that works?
Yeah, that'll,
All right, let's do that.
I'm talking about section
the 20,
3.
section 3.
Section 3, yep. So then what I'd like to do at this point then is let's move into our closed session, if we could.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you guys want to take just a short recess before we go into that? Just to go to the bathroom and just real short?
5 minutes.
Yeah, a couple minutes. So I need a motion and a second to go into recess.
I'll motion to go into recess.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. So just let's take about 5 minutes, that vote to go into board session when we come back from recess. Thank you team for staying and